Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Fanfic Heaven. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Found His Parents Will at Gringotts and Learned Dumbledore Hid It for 10 Years. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Unexpected Summons. The letter arrived 3 weeks into Harry's summer holiday, if one could call living with the Dursleys a holiday at all. Harry sat cross-legged on his lumpy mattress, tracing the emerald green ink of his name with his fingertip. The parchment felt unusually heavy, and the wax seal wasn't Hogwarts' familiar four-quartered crest, but rather a single ornate G pressed into silver. Gringotts, Harry murmured. After nearly a full year in the wizarding world, Harry still felt like an imposter sometimes, a boy playing dress-up in robes and waving a wand. But he'd faced Voldemort, hadn't he? Somehow survived yet again. Professor Dumbledore had explained it all before sending him back to Privet Drive. Back to being treated like a nuisance by people who'd spent 10 years trying to squash the magic out of him. He broke the seal, unfolded the crisp parchment, and read, Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Dear Mr. Potter, the Accounts Management Department at Gringotts Wizarding Bank requests your presence regarding routine maintenance of the Potter family vaults. As the sole heir to the Potter estate, your signature is required on several documents that have come to our attention during our centennial audit. This matter requires your in-person attendance at your earliest convenience, though no later than August 15th. Please present this letter to any teller upon your arrival at our London branch. May your gold ever flow, Nagnock Senior Accounts Manager, Potter Family Holdings. Harry read the letter 3 times, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. Potter family vaults? Plural? Estate? He knew his parents had left him some money, he'd visited his vault with Hagrid last summer, but this sounded like something more significant. A knock at his door made him jump. Boy! Phone! Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the door. Harry quickly folded the letter and tucked it under his pillow. Coming. He hurried downstairs, dodging Dudley's outstretched foot on the way to the telephone. Hello, he said cautiously. The Dursleys' phone rarely rang for him. Harry. It's Ron. The voice crackled with static and excitement in equal measure. Dad's figured out how to use the Felietone. Telephone, Harry corrected automatically, smiling despite himself. You're shouting, Ron. You don't need to. Oh. Sorry, Ron said, marginally quieter. Listen, Dad's got tickets to the Quidditch semi-finals next week. Chudley Cannons actually made it this year. We're going to pick you up on Monday and you can stay for the rest of summer. Hermione's coming too, later in August. Harry's heart soared. That's brilliant. Then he remembered the letter. Actually, I need to visit Diagon Alley sometime soon. Got a letter from Gringotts about some bank stuff. Even better. We were planning to go for school supplies anyway. Dad can take us. There was muffled conversation in the background. Dad says Monday at 10. Will those muggles let you go? Harry glanced at Uncle Vernon, who was pretending not to eavesdrop while hiding behind his newspaper in the living room. They'll be glad to be rid of me, Harry said. See you Monday. After hanging up, Harry approached his uncle. The Weasleys want me to stay with them for the rest of summer. They'll pick me up Monday morning. Vernon grunted from behind his newspaper. Those the ones with the ginger hair? How are they getting here? I expect they'll drive, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure. Vernon lowered his paper just enough to fix Harry with a suspicious glare. No funny business this time. No exploding fireplaces or whatever other nonsense you people get up to. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry retreated upstairs, his steps lighter than they'd been in weeks. He pulled the Gringotts letter from under his pillow, rereading it with growing curiosity. Whatever routine maintenance meant, he'd find out soon enough. Monday morning arrived with unexpected sunshine that streamed through Harry's bedroom window, along with the sound of a car backfiring repeatedly in the street below. Harry had already packed his trunk, and Hedwig's cage stood ready by the door. Uncle Vernon stomped upstairs. "There's some sort of contraption outside. These your lot?" Harry peered out the window to see a light blue Ford Anglia parked at the curb. Mr. Weasley stood beside it, examining the mailbox with undisguised fascination while Fred, George, and Ron waited in the car. "Yes, that's them," Harry said, unable to keep the grin from his face. He dragged his trunk downstairs, Uncle Vernon following close behind as if expecting Harry to steal the silver on his way out. Aunt Petunia stood in the kitchen doorway, lips pursed like she'd bitten into something sour, while Dudley was nowhere to be seen. "Hello there," Mr. Weasley called cheerfully as Harry opened the front door. "You must be Harry's aunt and uncle." "I'm Arthur Weasley." He extended his hand, which Vernon eyed as though it might bite him. After an awkward moment, Mr. Weasley withdrew it, smile faltering only slightly. "Fascinating place you have here," he continued, gesturing to the house. "Is that an eclectic doorbell? And the lawn sprinkler, ingenious water distribution system." "Electric," Harry murmured. Uncle Vernon's face was turning that dangerous shade of purple. "Just take the boy and go." Fred and George emerged from the car and grabbed Harry's trunk. "Hiya, Harry," they said in unison. "Had a good summer?" Fred asked with a mischievous grin. "Brilliant, I expect," George added, eyeing the Dursleys. Harry snorted. "Oh, magical." Uncle Vernon made a strangled noise at the word magical, causing the twins to exchange gleeful looks. "Right then, we'd best be off," Mr. Weasley said, helping load Hedwig's cage into the car. "Harry will be safe with us for the remainder of the summer." Without waiting for a response, Harry climbed into the back seat between Ron and George, feeling that familiar sense of escape that came with leaving Privet Drive. As the car pulled away, he didn't look back. "Merlin's beard, those muggles are unpleasant," Mr. Weasley said once they'd turned the corner. "Not at all like Hermione's parents. Met them in Diagon Alley last year, delightful couple, full of questions about wizard dentistry." "They're worse than unpleasant," Ron said. "Did they at least feed you this time, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Dudley's still on his diet, so it was mostly grapefruit and celery, but I had the cake you all sent." "Mum's been cooking since yesterday," Fred said. "Says you're looking peaky in your letters." The drive to the burrow was filled with talk of Quidditch, the upcoming school year, and Ron's stories of Percy's insufferable behavior since learning he'd been made head boy. "Oh," Harry said suddenly, remembering the letter. "I need to visit Gringotts while we're in Diagon Alley. Got some sort of official summons about my vault." "Probably just paperwork," Mr. Weasley said from the front seat. "Goblins love their paperwork. We're planning a trip on Wednesday for your school things anyway, so that's perfect timing." The burrow came into view, a strange, wonderful structure that looked like it could only be held up by magic. Harry felt the now familiar sense of homecoming that had nothing to do with the building and everything to do with the family inside it. Mrs. Weasley burst out of the front door before the car had fully stopped. "Harry, dear. Oh, you're looking thin. Come in, breakfast is waiting. I've made all your favorites." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, caught in one of her bone-crushing hugs. "What about us, Mum?" George protested. "We're wasting away here. You just had breakfast an hour ago," she scolded, though her eyes twinkled with affection. "Now get Harry's things up to Ron's room while I feed him properly." The kitchen smelled of bacon, eggs, and fresh-baked bread. Harry's stomach rumbled loudly as Mrs. Weasley piled his plate high with food. "So, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, joining them at the table, "Ron mentioned something about Gringotts?" Harry swallowed a mouthful of eggs. "Yeah, I got this letter." He pulled the now wrinkled parchment from his pocket and passed it across the table. Mr. Weasley's eyebrows rose as he read. Potter family vaults? Interesting. Is that unusual? Harry asked. Not for old wizarding families, Mr. Weasley said carefully. Many maintain multiple vaults for different purposes, investments, heirlooms, that sort of thing. Your father came from a very old line. I didn't know that, Harry said quietly. The familiar ache of not knowing his parents intensified. James Potter was as pure blood as they come, though he never cared about any of that nonsense, Mrs. Weasley added. Your grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia, were lovely people. Quite elderly when they had James, and they'd passed by the time he married Lily. Harry hung on every word. These small glimpses into his family history were precious to him. This Nagnock, Mr. Weasley continued, tapping the signature, being your family's senior accounts manager suggests the Potter holdings are substantial. But Dumbledore never mentioned any of this, Harry said, frowning. The Weasleys exchanged a look Harry couldn't quite interpret. Well, Mrs. Weasley said briskly, we'll get it sorted on Wednesday. Now, who wants treacle tart? Wednesday morning dawned clear and warm. After a hearty breakfast, Mr. Weasley shepherded Harry, Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Ginny to the fireplace. Remember, Harry, speak very clearly, Mrs. Weasley fussed, straightening his collar. Diagon Alley. Watch Ron first. Harry's second experience with Floo powder was marginally better than his first. He still emerged coughing and covered in soot, but at least he'd arrived at the right grate, the leaky cauldron's large fireplace. After everyone had arrived and dusted themselves off, Mr. Weasley consulted a list. Right, let's split up. Percy, you take Ginny to get her new robes. Fred, George, I'm trusting you to get the potion's ingredients without causing an international incident. The twins mock saluted. Yes, sir. Ron, you and I will get everyone's books. Harry, if you're comfortable, why don't you head to Gringotts for your meeting? We can all meet back at Flourish and Blots in 2 hours. Harry nodded, trying to ignore the sudden flutter of nerves. I'll be fine. Remember, Mr. Weasley added in a lower voice, goblins value directness and respect. Don't waste their time with pleasantries, but always be courteous. With that advice in mind, Harry made his way down the cobblestone street toward the imposing white marble building that towered over the other shops. Gringotts looked as impressive as he remembered, a snow-white edifice with burnished bronze doors and uniformed goblins standing guard. He nodded respectfully to the guards as he passed, remembering the warning poem engraved on the second set of doors. The main hall stretched before him, a vast marble expanse with long counters on either side, behind which goblins sat on high stools, examining precious stones or counting coins. Harry approached an available teller, feeling small and out of place in his second-hand clothes. He placed the Gringotts letter on the counter. Good morning, he said, voice cracking slightly. I received this letter about a meeting with Nagnock. The goblin peered down at him, then examined the letter with narrow eyes. Mr. Potter. Yes. One moment. The goblin slipped off his stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot, aware of curious glances from nearby wizards. A few minutes later, a different goblin appeared, older, with steel-gray hair and a more elaborate uniform. Mr. Potter. I am Nagnock. Follow me. Without waiting for a response, Nagnock turned and walked toward a corridor off the main hall. Harry hurried after him, through a maze of marble hallways that sloped gradually downward. They passed numerous doors of various metals, bronze, silver, gold, and some Harry couldn't identify. Finally, they stopped before an imposing door of dark wood inlaid with gold. A nameplate read, Potter Family Accounts, in elegant script. After you, Mr. Potter, Nagnock said, opening the door. Harry entered a surprisingly comfortable office. Unlike the stark grandeur of the bank's public areas, this room contained plush chairs, a large desk of polished mahogany, and walls lined with ledgers and scrolls. What caught Harry's eye, however, was a familiar crest mounted behind the desk, a shield depicting a griffin and a stag. "Please, sit," Nagnok said, moving behind the desk. "Tea?" No thank you," Harry replied, sinking into one of the chairs. Nagnok nodded approvingly, as if Harry had passed some test. "I appreciate directness, Mr. Potter. So let me be direct with you. An irregularity has been discovered during our centennial audit." The goblin opened a drawer and removed a thick folder bound with red ribbon. "This contains the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter." Harry felt his breath catch. "Their will? But I never knew." "Precisely the irregularity," Nagnok said with a grimace that might have been an attempt at sympathy. "This document was filed with Gringotts on October 1, 1981, sealed with blood magic and entrusted to our keeping. According to our records, it was accessed on November 3, 1981, 3 days after your parents' death, by one Albus Dumbledore, acting as chief warlock of the Wizengamot." The goblin's expression darkened. "It was then inexplicably removed from our standard filing system and placed in deep storage with defunct accounts. This was irregular. Most irregular." Harry stared at the folder, a confusing mix of emotions churning inside him. May I see it?" Nagnok hesitated. "The will is legally yours to claim, but I must warn you, its contents may be distressing. Perhaps you would prefer to have an adult wizard present?" Harry straightened in his chair. "No. I want to see it. They were my parents." The goblin nodded once, sharply. "Very well." He untied the ribbon and opened the folder, revealing several sheets of parchment covered in elegant handwriting. "Before I proceed, I must verify your identity through blood recognition." He produced a small silver knife and a square of parchment. "A single drop on the verification square is all that's required." Harry had seen enough magic not to be fazed. He took the knife, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the parchment. It glowed gold for a moment, then formed into words: "Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, verified." "Excellent," Nagnok said, taking back the knife and handing Harry a small green vial. "Healing potion for the cut." After Harry had applied the potion, watching in fascination as the tiny wound closed instantly, Nagnok began to read: "Being of sound mind and magic, we, James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, do hereby set forth our final wishes regarding the disposition of our worldly possessions and the guardianship of our son, Harry James Potter." Harry leaned forward, drinking in every word. "First, to our son Harry, we leave all Potter family vaults, properties, and holdings, to be held in trust until his 17th birthday, with allowances for school and living expenses as needed. The designated trustee shall provide quarterly accountings to Gringotts." Nagnok paused to slide a parchment across the desk, a list that made Harry's eyes widen. 3 vaults, not just the one he'd visited. Potter Manor in Wales. A cottage in Godric's Hollow, currently under historical preservation. A flat in London. Various investments and business interests. Second, Nagnok continued, regarding the guardianship of our son Harry, we appoint the following persons in order of preference: Sirius Orion Black, Harry's godfather through ritual magic; Alice and Frank Longbottom, friends and fellow order members; Minerva McGonagall, trusted mentor and friend. Harry's mind reeled. Sirius Black? The name meant nothing to him. And Neville's parents had been chosen as his guardians? Professor McGonagall? Under no circumstances is our son to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Petunia's resentment of magic and our world makes their home unsuitable for raising a magical child. A cold feeling spread through Harry's chest. His parents had explicitly forbidden exactly what had happened. Third, to Remus John Lupin, we leave the sum of 50,000 galleons and the cottage in Yorkshire, with our love and the reminder that your condition does not define you. Fourth, to Sirius Black, we leave the collection of enchanted motorcycles and James's personal vault, though we know you don't need the gold. Take care of Harry for us, Padfoot. 5th, to Peter Pettigrew. Nagnock suddenly stopped reading, his already stern face hardening further. What is it? Harry asked. This next bequest is troubling in light of later events, the goblin said carefully. It reads, to Peter Pettigrew, our secret keeper and trusted friend, we leave 10,000 galleons and James's collection of pranking journals, with our eternal gratitude for keeping our family safe. Harry frowned. I don't understand. Who's Peter Pettigrew? Nagnock closed the folder. Mr. Potter, according to magical historical records, Peter Pettigrew was allegedly murdered by Sirius Black shortly after your parents' death. Black was imprisoned in Azkaban for this murder and for allegedly betraying your parents' location to the Dark Lord. The room seemed to tilt around Harry. But if this Peter was their secret keeper, not Sirius. Indeed, Nagnock said grimly. This will, verified by blood magic and therefore legally unimpeachable, contradicts the official record. It suggests Mr. Black may have been wrongfully imprisoned. Harry felt sick. Someone had gone to prison, a person his parents had trusted enough to name as his guardian, while the real traitor had, what? Escaped? Faked his own death. There's more, Nagnock said, reopening the folder. A personal letter addressed to you, to be delivered when you claimed the will. He handed Harry an envelope sealed with red wax. With trembling fingers, Harry broke the seal. Inside was a letter written in two different handwritings, one neat and precise, the other more flowing but slightly messy. Dearest Harry, if you're reading this, the worst has happened, and we are no longer with you. We've created this will while in hiding, hoping it never needs to be used, but determined to ensure you're cared for if the unthinkable occurs. First and most importantly, we love you more than words can express. You are the best thing we've ever created, the joy of our lives, our greatest adventure. Nothing, not even death, can diminish the love we have for you. We've named Sirius as your guardian because there is no one we trust more with your happiness and well-being. He may seem irresponsible, your mother's words, not mine, but he has the biggest heart of anyone we know, and he already loves you fiercely. Let him tell you stories about us, but don't believe all of his tales about our Hogwarts days. If for some reason Sirius can't care for you, we've named Alice and Frank Longbottom next. Their son Neville is just a day older than you, and you've already had several playdates together. You seem to particularly enjoy throwing mashed peas at each other last week. Minerva McGonagall may seem strict, but she's been an incredible support to us and would raise you with both discipline and love. Don't let her stern exterior fool you, she cried when she first held you and has a particular weakness for your smile. We've specifically excluded Petunia and Vernon from guardianship. While they're family by blood, Petunia's bitterness toward the magical world has only grown over the years, and we fear they would neither understand nor nurture your magical heritage. We're sorry if this causes family complications later, but your well-being must come first. About your inheritance, the Potter family goes back many generations, and while we've never flaunted our resources, you will have more than enough to pursue whatever path makes you happy. Don't let it define you, but don't shy away from using it to create a wonderful life and help others. Growing up without us won't be easy, and for that, we're so sorry. Know that we didn't leave you by choice, and if there was any way to stay with you, we would have taken it. Be brave, be kind, find joy in small moments, and know that wherever you go in life, we are impossibly proud of you. All our love, forever and always, Mum and Dad. P.S. If you're anything like your father, you'll find trouble wherever you go. If you're anything like your mother, you'll outsmart it every time. We suspect you'll be the best of both of us. JPPS. Remember that family isn't just blood. The family you choose is just as real and precious as the one you're born into. Harry didn't realize he was crying until a tear splashed onto the parchment. He hastily wiped his eyes, but more tears came. The letter was like having his parents in the room with him for a brief, precious moment, their voices so clear in the written words he could almost hear them speaking. Nagnock waited silently, his eyes averted to give Harry privacy. After several minutes, Harry carefully refolded the letter and looked up. "So Dumbledore knew," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "He read this will and then hid it? And put me with the Dursleys anyway?" "It would appear so," Nagnock confirmed. "Magical records show he claimed magical guardianship over you after your parents' death, citing emergency powers as chief warlock. Without the will, there was no legal challenge to this arrangement. And Sirius Black is in prison for something he didn't do?" Harry asked, anger beginning to burn through his grief. "Based on this evidence, it seems a miscarriage of justice may have occurred," Nagnock said carefully. "Gringotts cannot interfere in wizard legal matters, but as your account manager, I can advise you of options. The will's emergence creates grounds for a formal inquiry into both Mr. Black's case and Professor Dumbledore's actions." Harry's mind raced. Everything he thought he knew about his life after his parents' death, everything Dumbledore had told him, was built on lies. "What happens now?" he asked. Nagnock steepled his long fingers. "That depends on what you wish to do, Mr. Potter. As the sole heir named in the will, you have certain rights, even as a minor. You could, 1. Formally claim the will, which would trigger legal notifications to the Ministry's Department of Magical Inheritance and the Wisengamot Administrative Office. This would make the will's contents a matter of public record. 2. Request a formal inquiry into Sirius Black's case based on the will's evidence. 3. Challenge Professor Dumbledore's magical guardianship and petition for a guardian more in line with your parents' wishes. Or 4. Take time to consider these matters before taking any action." Harry's head swam with the implications. He was 12, nearly 13, old enough to face Voldemort twice, but still a child in the wizarding world's eyes. How was he supposed to make decisions like this? I need to think," he said finally. "But I want copies of everything, the will, the letter, the list of properties and vaults. And I want access to all my vaults, not just the one I've been using." Nagnock nodded approvingly. "A prudent approach. I can provide certified copies immediately and arrange for a new key that will grant you access to all Potter vaults." He pulled several forms from a drawer. "Your signature here will acknowledge receipt of the will and claim your inheritance, without immediately triggering the public notification." Harry signed where indicated, feeling as though he was crossing some invisible threshold into a more complicated world. "Regarding the vaults," Nagnock continued, "what you've visited is your educational trust, Vault 687. The main Potter family vault is 713, containing heirlooms, magical artifacts, and family documents. Vault 825 holds investment proceeds and business interests." "I'd like to see the family vault today, if possible," Harry said, finding his voice growing steadier with each decision. "Of course. After our meeting concludes, I'll escort you personally." Nagnock produced an ornate golden key. "This master key replaces your previous one and accesses all Potter vaults." Harry pocketed the key, then asked the question burning in his mind. "Mr. Nagnock, why would Dumbledore do this? Why hide the will and ignore my parents' wishes?" The goblin's expression remained professionally neutral. "Gringotts does not speculate on wizard politics, Mr. Potter. However," he hesitated, "historically, when powerful wizards conceal inheritance documents, control of assets or political influence are common motivations." Harry thought of the small cupboard under the stairs, of 10 years of hand-me-downs and neglect, of not knowing anything about his parents or his heritage. Of Dumbledore's grandfatherly demeanor and cryptic half-explanations. "One more question," Harry said. "How did the will suddenly turn up now, after all this time?" A sharp-toothed smile crossed Nagnock's face. "Centennial audits at Gringotts are thorough. Every account, every document, Every vault is examined by senior goblins with specialized magic designed to detect irregularities. Documents with misfiling enchantments are particularly flagged. The smile disappeared. The fact that such an enchantment was placed on a client's will is considered a grave breach of bank security. Internal investigations are ongoing. Harry suspected that meant someone at Gringotts was in serious trouble, but he found it hard to care at the moment. "Thank you for finding it," he said simply. Nagnok seemed taken aback by the gratitude. "It is merely proper banking practice, Mr. Potter." He gathered the signed documents and stood. "If you're ready, I'll take you to Vault 713 now." The ride down to the Potter family vault was longer and deeper than Harry's previous journey to his trust vault. The cart seemed to plunge into the very foundations of London, twisting through stalactite-filled caverns and past underground lakes that glimmered in the lantern light. When they finally stopped, Harry found himself before a vault door at least 3 times the size of his trust vaults. Unlike the simple keyhole of Vault 687, this door featured an ornate crest, the same griffin and stag he'd seen in Nagnok's office, and appeared to be made of a dark metal that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the lantern light. "Place your hand on the crest and insert the key into the center," Nagnok instructed. Harry did as told, feeling a warm tingling sensation as his palm met the metal. The crest glowed briefly, and then a keyhole appeared in its center. He inserted the golden key and turned it. Instead of the mechanical clicks he expected, Harry heard what sounded like distant chimes, and the massive door swung inward silently. Light spilled from within, not the glow of lanterns or candles, but a soft, ambient illumination that seemed to come from the vault itself. Harry stepped inside and gasped. The vault was enormous, larger than the Dursleys' entire house. Unlike his money vault, which contained only coins, this space resembled a museum and library combined. To his right stood rows of glass display cases containing jewelry, weapons, and artifacts. To his left, shelves of books and scrolls stretched toward the ceiling. Straight ahead, portraits in gilded frames hung on the wall, their occupants stirring at his entrance. "The Potter family vault," Nagnok announced unnecessarily, remaining by the door. "Take as much time as you need, Mr. Potter. I'll wait outside." Harry barely heard him, drawn instead to the nearest portrait, a man who looked strikingly like himself, but older, with streaks of gray in his untidy black hair. Beside him stood a woman with kind eyes and an elegant bearing. "Hello?" Harry said tentatively. The man in the portrait blinked rapidly, then broke into a wide smile. "By Merlin's beard! You must be Harry." His voice sounded slightly distant, as if coming through a tunnel. "Fleamont Potter, your grandfather. And this is your grandmother, Euphemia." "Oh, look at you," the woman said, her painted eyes glistening with what Harry realized were tears. "You look just like James did at your age, but with Lily's eyes." You knew my parents?" Harry asked, moving closer to the portrait. "Knew them? We raised James." Fleamont laughed. "Though I see we're in the vault, which means—" His expression sobered. "They're gone, aren't they? And you're quite young still." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. "How old are you, dear?" Euphemia asked gently. "Almost 13, Harry managed." The portraits exchanged troubled glances. "And you're just now visiting the family vault?" Fleamont asked. "That seems irregular." "I didn't know it existed until today," Harry explained. "I just found out about my parents' will. Dumbledore hid it, apparently." "Albus Dumbledore?" Fleamont's portrait looked shocked. "That doesn't sound like the man we knew." "What else don't you know, Harry?" For the next hour, Harry sat on a cushioned stool that he'd found nearby, talking with his grandparents' portraits. He told them about growing up with the Dursleys, knowing nothing of magic until Hagrid came, his first 2 years at Hogwarts, and the revelations of that morning. The portraits were limited in their responses, magical paintings contained impressions of their subjects, not their full personalities or memories, but they could share basic family history and express appropriate emotions. Harry learned more about the Potter family in that hour than he had in his entire life. "You should look through James and Lily's personal vault section," Euphemia suggested eventually. "It's through that archway, to the right of the bookshelves." Harry followed her directions and found himself in a smaller chamber containing trunks, boxes, and more personal items. A jewelry case held his mother's rings and necklaces. A rack displayed his father's dress robes. And against one wall stood a large wardrobe that, when opened, revealed not clothes but dozens of labeled memory vials for a pensieve. "First steps," read one. "Harry's first birthday," said another. There were memories of James proposing, our wedding day, and even Lily telling James she's pregnant. An entire shelf of precious moments, preserved in silver liquid. "There's a pensieve in the main vault," Fleamont called from his portrait. "Bronze basin near the back wall." Harry carefully selected the vial labeled Harry's first birthday, and carried it to the main chamber, where he found the pensieve his grandfather had mentioned, an ornate bronze basin inscribed with runes around its rim. "Just pour it in and touch the surface," Fleamont instructed. Heart pounding, Harry uncorked the vial and poured the silvery contents into the basin. The liquid swirled, forming images he couldn't quite make out. Taking a deep breath, he touched the surface with his fingertip, and plunged headfirst into the memory. He landed in a sunlit living room, decorated with balloons and a banner reading, "Happy First Birthday, Harry." A red-haired woman, his mother, was setting a cake on a table while a black-haired man, James, chased a giggling toddler who was zooming just above the floor on a tiny broomstick. "James, be careful," Lily called, though she was smiling. "He'll crash into something again. He's a natural flyer," James proclaimed proudly as baby Harry shrieked with delight. "Aren't you, Prongslet? Going to be a Gryffindor seeker someday, mark my words." A knock at the door interrupted the scene. James scooped up baby Harry and handed him to Lily before answering it. "The party has arrived," announced a handsome young man with dark hair, stepping inside with arms full of presents. Behind him came a tired-looking man with light brown hair and premature lines on his face, and a short, mousy man who seemed nervous. "Padfoot. Moony. Peter." James greeted them with hugs. "You're just in time. Harry's been showing off his flying skills." "That's my godson, the handsome man," Padfoot said, dropping his packages to take baby Harry from Lily's arms and swing him around. "Going to be breaking hearts and Quidditch records before we know it." "Careful, Sirius," Lily admonished, though she was smiling. "Don't make him sick before cake." Sirius. So this was Sirius Black, Harry thought. His godfather. The man who should have raised him. He looked nothing like a mass murderer, his eyes were bright with laughter, his movements gentle as he handled baby Harry. "Remus, how was the full moon?" Lily asked quietly, embracing the tired-looking man. "Better with the wolfsbane potion you brewed," he replied with a grateful smile. "You're getting as good as Damocles himself." "Peter, you look jumpy," James commented, clapping the nervous man on the shoulder. "Everything all right with the new job?" Fine," Peter stammered. "Just busy, you know. Ministry work." The memory continued as they sang to baby Harry, helped him blow out his candle, and watched him tear into presents with typical one-year-old enthusiasm. Throughout it all, Harry watched his parents, his mother's laugh, his father's proud smile, the obvious love between them and for their child. When the memory finally ended, Harry found himself back in the vault, tears streaming down his face. He hadn't just seen his parents, he had seen them happy, alive, surrounded by friends who loved them. And he had seen Sirius Black, not as a traitor but as a loving godfather. "Are you all right, dear?" Euphemia's portrait asked gently. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes. I never had any pictures of them besides the ones Hagrid collected for me. And now I've seen them, heard their voices. There are dozens more memories, Flemmont said. You could stay for days and not see them all. But Harry knew he couldn't stay much longer today. The Weasleys would be waiting, wondering where he'd gone. And he needed time to process everything he'd learned. I'll come back, he promised. But there's something else I need to look for first. He returned to the personal section and began searching through trunks and boxes, looking for anything that might help him understand why Dumbledore had hidden the will, why Sirius Black was in prison, and who had really betrayed his parents. In a locked desk drawer, which opened to his touch, recognizing him as a Potter, Harry found a leather-bound journal with his father's name embossed on the cover. Opening it revealed entries that stopped abruptly in October 1981. The final entry read, October 15, 1981. Dumbledore visited today with troubling news. Another leak in the Order. He suggested we use the Fidelius charm to hide our location. Sirius was the obvious choice for Secret Keeper, but he had a different idea, one so crazy it might work. Sirius thinks everyone will expect him to be our Secret Keeper, making him the obvious target. He suggested we use Peter instead, as a bluff. No one would suspect Peter Pettigrew of holding such crucial information. Lily isn't convinced, but I see Sirius's logic. We're meeting Peter tomorrow to discuss it. If he agrees, we'll perform the charm immediately. Lily's already researching the procedure. I hate that it's come to this, hiding, jumping at shadows, trusting only a handful of people. But for Harry's sake, we'll do whatever necessary. When this war is finally over, I'm taking him to every Quidditch match in the country to make up for these confined months. Harry stared at the entry, his hands shaking slightly. Here was proof, in his father's own handwriting, that Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black, had been their secret keeper. Proof that Sirius had been wrongfully imprisoned for over a decade. Mr. Potter? Nagnok called from the vault entrance. I don't wish to rush you, but we've been here nearly 2 hours. Coming, Harry called back. He carefully placed the journal in a small bag he found nearby, along with a few other items, a set of letters tied with ribbon, a small box containing what appeared to be communication mirrors according to the instructions tucked inside, and the memory vial of his first birthday. Before leaving, he approached his grandparents' portrait once more. I'll come back soon, he promised. There's so much more I want to know. We'll be here, Flemmont said with a smile. The portraits in Potter Manor are more complete versions of us, with more memories. You should visit there when you can. Take care of yourself, Harry, Euphemia added. And remember, you are never alone. You are a Potter. The ride back to the surface passed in a blur of thoughts and emotions. By the time Harry emerged into the main hall of Gringotts, his mind was made up. Mr. Nagnok, he said as they reached the lobby, I want to formally claim the will and request an investigation into Sirius Black's imprisonment. Nagnok's eyebrows rose. That's a significant step, Mr. Potter. Are you certain? Yes, Harry said firmly. My godfather has been in prison for 10 years for something he didn't do. I can't let that continue. The goblin studied him for a moment, then nodded sharply. Very well. The paperwork will be filed today. Be prepared for reactions. This will not go unnoticed in certain circles. I understand. One more thing, how do I get to Potter Manor? The master key functions as a port key to all Potter properties, Nagnok explained. Simply hold it and say the property name with clear intent. However, I would advise having a magical adult accompany you on your first visit. Even ancestral homes can develop quirks after years of vacancy. Harry thanked the goblin for his help and made his way out of the bank, the weight of his discoveries heavy on his shoulders. The bright sunshine of Diagon Alley seemed incongruous with the storm of emotions inside him. He found the Weasleys at Flourish and Blots as planned, though from their worried expressions, he'd kept them waiting. Harry. "There you are," Mr. Weasley said, relief evident in his voice. "We were about to send out a search party. Everything all right at Gringotts?" Harry hesitated. How could he possibly explain everything that had happened? "It was informative," he said finally. "I found out some things about my parents I never knew." Mr. Weasley seemed to sense there was more to the story. "Would you like to discuss it? Perhaps over ice cream?" "Maybe later," Harry said. "I need to process it all first." Ron gave him a curious look. "Blimey, Harry, you look like you've seen a ghost." "Several, actually," Harry said with a weak smile, thinking of the portraits. They completed their shopping in relative silence, Harry going through the motions while his mind remained in the vault with his parents' memories and journal. By the time they returned to the burrow, he had decided to confide in Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. He needed adult guidance, and they were the closest thing to parents he had. That evening, after dinner, when Ron and the others had gone outside for an impromptu Quidditch match, Harry approached Mr. and Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen. "Could I talk to you both about what happened at Gringotts today?" he asked hesitantly. Mrs. Weasley immediately set down her knitting. "Of course, dear. You've been awfully quiet since you got back." Harry placed his bag on the kitchen table and took out the copies of the will and his father's journal. "They found my parents' will," he began. "It's been hidden for 10 years. And everything I thought I knew was wrong." For the next hour, Harry explained everything: the will's contents, the letter from his parents, his godfather's innocence, Dumbledore's deception, and the visit to the Potter vault. The Weasleys listened with increasing concern, Mr. Weasley occasionally asking clarifying questions while Mrs. Weasley's expression shifted from shock to outrage. This is extraordinary, Harry," Mr. Weasley said finally, examining the will's copy. "And deeply troubling. Arthur, the poor boy was sent to those awful muggles when his parents explicitly forbade it." Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "And an innocent man in Azkaban all these years. It's unconscionable." "I've already asked Gringotts to file for an investigation into Sirius Black's case," Harry said. "But I don't know what to do about everything else." Mr. Weasley rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The will's emergence will cause quite a stir, especially with Dumbledore's involvement. You should prepare yourself for attention from the Ministry, the press, and possibly Dumbledore himself. He'll try to explain it away," Mrs. Weasley said darkly. "Talk about greater good and protection through blood wards or some such nonsense." "You know about the blood wards?" Harry asked, surprised. "Dumbledore explained them when we asked why you couldn't stay with us during summers," Mr. Weasley replied. "Said your mother's sacrifice created powerful protection that required you to live with her blood relatives." "But that's not in the will," Harry pointed out. "My parents wanted me with Sirius, or the Longbottoms, or even Professor McGonagall. Not the Dursleys." "Indeed, Mr. Weasley said grimly. "Which raises serious questions about Dumbledore's decisions. What happens now?" Harry asked, echoing the question he'd asked Nagnock. The Weasleys exchanged a look. "First," Mrs. Weasley said firmly, "you stay here with us for the remainder of summer, as planned. You're safe here. Second," Mr. Weasley continued, "I'll reach out to some contacts at the Ministry, discreetly, to monitor the progress of the inquiry into Black's case. And third," Mrs. Weasley added, "we'll help you prepare for the inevitable confrontation with Dumbledore. Because mark my words, Harry, once he learns the will has surfaced, he'll want to manage the situation." Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward the Weasleys. "Thank you for believing me, and for helping." Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a warm hug. "Of course we believe you, dear. The evidence is clear as day. Though I must admit, Mr. Weasley said, his expression troubled, it's difficult to reconcile this deception with the Albus Dumbledore we've known and respected for years. He's always seemed to have your best interests at heart. That's what I thought too, Harry said quietly. But then why hide the will? Why send me to people who hated me, when there were others who would have loved me? No one had an answer to that. Later that night, as Harry lay in the camp bed in Ron's room, his mind whirled with the day's revelations. He'd gone to Gringotts expecting simple paperwork and instead had uncovered a web of deception that changed everything he thought he knew about his life. His parents hadn't been forgotten or abandoned him. They'd made careful plans for his future, plans that someone had deliberately undermined. Sirius Black wasn't a traitor but his rightful guardian. And Albus Dumbledore, the man he'd trusted and admired, had orchestrated it all. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry made a silent promise to his parents: he would uncover the full truth, free his godfather, and reclaim the life that had been stolen from him. The hidden testament had emerged from the darkness, and with it, the beginning of a new path forward. The next morning, Harry awoke to raised voices downstairs. Pulling on his glasses, he glanced at Ron's bed and found it empty, unusual, as Ron typically slept late during holidays. Curious and slightly concerned, Harry crept downstairs in his pajamas. Absolutely no right to keep this from him, Mrs. Weasley was saying, her voice sharp with anger. Molly, please understand, came a familiar, grave voice that made Harry freeze on the staircase. The circumstances were extraordinarily complicated. Complicated? Mrs. Weasley scoffed. The boy's parents left explicit instructions. Instructions you read and then deliberately concealed. Arthur, the voice, unmistakably Dumbledore's, appealed, surely you understand the necessity of blood protection after such powerful dark magic was used. What I understand, Mr. Weasley replied, his normally gentle tone hardened, is that a child was placed with abusive relatives against his parents' wishes, and his rightful guardian has spent a decade in Azkaban without trial. Harry's heart pounded. Dumbledore was here. Already. How had he found out so quickly about the will? The goblins notified me as chief warlock when the inheritance claim was filed, Dumbledore said, as if answering Harry's unspoken question. I came immediately to explain. Explain to Harry, you mean, Mrs. Weasley retorted. Not to us. Yes, I had hoped to speak with Harry privately. Well, you can explain to all of us, Harry said, stepping into the kitchen doorway. 3 heads turned toward him. Mrs. Weasley looked worried but resolute. Mr. Weasley's expression was unusually stern. And Dumbledore, the headmaster, looked older somehow, the twinkle in his blue eyes dimmed, his posture less confident than Harry remembered. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. I understand you've had some revelations. You could call it that, Harry replied, suddenly conscious of how young and small he must look in his oversized pajamas. He straightened his shoulders. I found the will you hid. The one that said I should never have been sent to the Dursleys. Dumbledore sighed heavily. May I sit? This is a conversation best had comfortably. Mrs. Weasley gestured stiffly to a chair, then moved to stand protectively near Harry. Would you like breakfast, dear? Tea? Harry shook his head, his appetite gone. He sat across from Dumbledore, the kitchen table between them like a barrier. I owe you an explanation, Dumbledore began, folding his hands on the table. You owe him far more than that, Mrs. Weasley muttered. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. Indeed. I owe you an apology as well, Harry. But first, I must ask, how much do you know about the night your parents died? I know Voldemort killed them, Harry said, ignoring the Weasleys' flinches at the name. I know my mother died protecting me, and somehow that stopped him. Yes, but do you understand the nature of that protection? Dumbledore leaned forward. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful magical shield around you, ancient magic based on love and blood. To maintain that protection, you needed to reside with someone who shared her blood. Petunia Dursley, Harry concluded. Precisely. While your parents will name others as your guardians, none of them could provide the blood protection that was your strongest defense against Voldemort and his followers. So you decided that protection was more important than my parents' wishes? Harry asked, anger rising. More important than my happiness? I decided your survival was paramount, Dumbledore replied gravely. Many of Voldemort's followers remained at large, seeking vengeance. The blood wards at Privet Drive kept you hidden and safe. Safe? Harry echoed incredulously. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. They told me my parents died in a car crash. They punished me for accidental magic I couldn't control. A flash of something, guilt? Surprise, crossed Dumbledore's face. I did not know the extent of their unkindness. I monitored the blood wards, not the daily conditions within. That's hardly an excuse, Albus, Mr. Weasley said quietly. No, it is not, Dumbledore agreed. It was a grave oversight on my part. And what about Sirius Black? Harry demanded. The will and my father's journal prove he wasn't the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. Sirius is innocent. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. The matter of Sirius Black is complicated. In the chaos following your parents' death, certain assumptions were made. Sirius was found at the scene of Pettigrew's apparent murder, laughing madly amidst the destruction. Did he have a trial? Mr. Weasley pressed. Those were extraordinary times, Dumbledore said evasively. Many legal processes were expedited. That's a no, then, Harry said flatly. You let my innocent godfather go to prison without a trial while you sent me to people who hated me. Harry, you must understand. No, you must understand, Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his boldness. You read their will. You knew what they wanted. And you decided you knew better. I did what I believed necessary to keep you alive, Dumbledore said softly. Perhaps I was wrong about the Dursleys. Perhaps I should have fought harder for a trial for Sirius. But never doubt that my primary concern was your safety. Why keep it secret, though? Mrs. Weasley asked. Why hide the will for 10 years? Dumbledore hesitated. The will's existence would have raised questions about guardianship, potentially jeopardizing the blood protection. And later. I admit I feared the consequences of my decisions coming to light. The admission hung in the air. Harry stared at the headmaster, this powerful, respected wizard whom he'd admired, and saw for the first time not an infallible guardian but a flawed man who'd made devastating mistakes. What happens now? Harry asked, unconsciously echoing his question from yesterday. That, Dumbledore said gently, depends largely on you, Harry. The will's emergence has set certain legal wheels in motion. An inquiry into Sirius Black's case is being established. As for your guardianship, I want Sirius freed, Harry said firmly. And I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. Ever. The blood protection isn't worth it, Harry cut in. Besides, Voldemort has already proven he can reach me anyway. He was literally attached to the back of Professor Quirrell's head at Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked pained. Until Sirius is cleared, which I will now support with the evidence from the will, you still need a guardian. The Dursleys remain, he can stay with us, Mrs. Weasley said immediately. We've already considered him family anyway. While I appreciate your generosity, Molly, Dumbledore said carefully, such an arrangement would require formal ministry approval, and there are those who would object to Harry living with, forgive me, Arthur, a family of limited means. Mr. Weasley's ears reddened. You mean people like Lucius Malfoy would suggest we're after the Potter fortune? Precisely such insinuations would be made, Dumbledore confirmed. I don't care, Harry said stubbornly. I'd rather be with the Weasleys than anyone else, except maybe Sirius when he's free. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. I will support a temporary guardianship arrangement with the Weasleys while Sirius's case is reviewed. Though I must insist you return to Privet Drive for at least 2 weeks each summer to maintain the blood protection, however minimal. Harry wanted to refuse outright, but Mr. Weasley placed a cautioning hand on his shoulder. 2 weeks might be a reasonable compromise, Harry. For your safety. Reluctantly, Harry nodded. Fine. 2 weeks. No more. There is another matter, Dumbledore continued. Your parents' possessions and properties. I understand you visited the Potter family vault yesterday. Yes, Harry said warily. I found my grandparents' portraits. And memories. And my father's journal. The Potter properties have been maintained through a trust one established, Dumbledore explained. Potter Manor, in particular, has been kept under preservation charms. However, it's not suitable for a minor to live there alone. I want to visit it, Harry insisted. Nagnok said the key works as a portkey. Perhaps we could accompany him, Mr. Weasley suggested. After the inquiry into Black's case is underway. Dumbledore nodded. A reasonable solution. He turned back to Harry. I truly am sorry, Harry. For what it's worth, I believed I was acting in your best interests, even if my methods were questionable. Harry wasn't ready to forgive, but he recognized the sincerity in the old wizard's voice. I want to help with Sirius's case, he said instead of acknowledging the apology. I have evidence, the will, my father's journal, even a memory of my parents talking about Peter being the secret keeper. That memory could be crucial, Dumbledore admitted. With your permission, I would like to present it to Amelia Bones, the head of magical law enforcement. She is scrupulously fair and will ensure proper procedure is followed this time. Fine, Harry agreed, but I want to be there too. Dumbledore looked like he might object, then thought better of it. As you wish. I'll arrange a meeting for next week, if possible. The conversation continued for another hour, covering practical matters about Harry's inheritance, the legal process for Sirius's case, and the temporary guardianship arrangement. Throughout it all, Harry maintained a wary distance, both physically and emotionally, from the headmaster. Trust, once broken, would not be easily repaired. When Dumbledore finally departed, Harry felt emotionally drained but oddly empowered. For the first time since entering the wizarding world, he'd stood his ground against Dumbledore, challenging the man's decisions rather than accepting them blindly. You did well, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, giving his shoulders a gentle squeeze. Very well indeed. Do you think he's telling the truth? Harry asked. About wanting to protect me? Mr. Weasley considered the question carefully. I believe he genuinely thought he was acting in your best interest, he said finally. But good intentions don't excuse hiding your parents' will or denying Sirius a fair trial. Harry nodded, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps, freeing Sirius, visiting Potter Manor, perhaps even finding Remus Lupin, who'd been mentioned in the will. What do we tell the others? He asked, glancing toward the garden where he could see Ron and the twins tossing gnomes over the fence. As much or as little as you're comfortable sharing, Mrs. Weasley said. They're bound to have questions about Dumbledore's visit. Harry decided to tell Ron and Hermione, when she arrived, everything, but to give the others only a general explanation. This new path he found himself on still felt fragile somehow, and he wasn't ready to have everyone know all the details. As he headed upstairs to dress, Harry's hand closed around the small bag of items he'd brought from the vault. His parents had left him more than gold and property. They'd left him truth, memories, and connections to a past he'd been denied. No matter what happened next, that inheritance was precious beyond measure. And he was determined not to waste it. Chapter 2, Legacies unveiled. The next week passed in a blur of activity. Word of Harry's inheritance claim and the emergence of the Potter will spread through the ministry like fiendfire, despite attempts at discretion. Mr. Weasley returned from work each day with new rumors. Sirius Black's case was being reviewed by the DMLE, Dumbledore was facing questions from the Wizengamot, the Daily Prophet was offering 100 galleons for an exclusive interview with the boy who inherited. Through it all, Harry found refuge in the chaotic normalcy of the burrow. Fred and George's experiments exploded at regular intervals. Percy pontificated about cauldron thickness regulations. Ginny still blushed furiously whenever Harry entered a room. And Ron remained steadfastly by his side, offering chess games and Quidditch discussions instead of awkward questions. It was during a particularly heated chess match in Ron's orange-saturated bedroom that an unfamiliar owl tapped at the window. The elegant tawny bird carried a letter sealed with the official ministry emblem. "Blimey," Ron murmured as Harry retrieved the letter. "That's from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry broke the seal with trembling fingers. "Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Office of the Director, on Friday, August 7th at 10 a.m. regarding evidence pertaining to the case of Sirius Black. You may bring one adult guardian. Headmaster Dumbledore has offered to accompany you, but please confirm your preference. Please respond with the enclosed owl. Yours sincerely, Amelia Bones, Director, DMLE." Harry passed the letter to Ron, who whistled low. "Amelia Bones herself? Dad says she's tough as dragon hide but completely fair." "I'm not going with Dumbledore," Harry said immediately. Ron nodded, understanding without explanation. "Dad could take you. Or Mum. Your dad knows how the ministry works." "I'll ask him." Harry scribbled a reply indicating he would attend with Arthur Weasley, then sent the owl on its way. As he watched it disappear into the distance, a mixture of hope and anxiety churned in his stomach. This meeting could be the first step toward freeing Sirius, or it could be another adult dismissing his concerns. "It'll work out, mate," Ron said, correctly interpreting Harry's expression. "Dad says the evidence is solid." Harry nodded, turning back to the chessboard where his pieces were shouting indignant advice. "I know. It's just, what if they don't believe me?" "They will," Ron said with unusual conviction. "And if they don't, we'll figure something else out. We always do, don't we?" The simple confidence in Ron's voice was unexpectedly reassuring. Harry managed a smile. "Yeah. We do." Friday morning arrived with steel-gray skies and a steady drizzle that matched Harry's nervous mood. He dressed carefully in his least shabby clothes, attempted unsuccessfully to flatten his hair, and joined the Weasleys for breakfast. Mr. Weasley was already at the table, wearing formal robes instead of his usual mismatched Muggle attire. "All set, Harry?" he asked, folding his copy of the Daily Prophet to hide a headline about Potter will controversy. "I think so," Harry replied, accepting a plate piled high with eggs and sausages from Mrs. Weasley. "I've got the memory vial and copies of everything." "Eat up," Mrs. Weasley urged. "Never face bureaucracy on an empty stomach." Harry managed a few bites despite his nervousness. By 9:30, he and Mr. Weasley were ready to depart. "We'll fly directly to the ministry," Mr. Weasley explained. "Stay close to me once we're there. The atrium can be disorienting for first-time visitors." Harry nodded, stepping into the fireplace after Mr. Weasley demonstrated. "Ministry of Magic, atrium," he called clearly, remembering his previous flu mishap. The whirling sensation deposited him in an enormous hall with a polished dark wood floor. Fireplaces lined the walls, periodically flaring green as witches and wizards arrived for work. At the center stood a golden fountain featuring magical creatures gazing adoringly at a witch and wizard. "This way," Mr. Weasley said, guiding Harry toward a security desk where a bored-looking wizard checked their wands. "Visitor badge," the security wizard said, handing Harry a silver badge reading, "Harry Potter, DMLE interview." Harry pinned it to his shirt as they made their way to a bank of lifts. Inside, they were joined by several paper airplanes that hovered near the ceiling. "Interdepartmental memos, Mr. Weasley explained, noticing Harry's curious gaze. "We used to use owls, but the mess was terrible." The lift descended to level 2, where a cool female voice announced, "Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of Magic Office, Auror Headquarters, and Wisengamot Administration Services. They stepped out into a corridor lined with doors. Mr. Weasley led Harry past a noisy, cluttered open area filled with cubicles, Auror Headquarters, he explained in a whisper, to a more secluded hallway with larger offices. At the end stood an imposing door with a placard reading, Amelia Bones, Director. Mr. Weasley knocked firmly. "Enter," called a brisk female voice. The office was spacious but not extravagant, dominated by a large desk covered with organized stacks of parchment. Behind it sat a square-jawed witch with short gray hair and a monocle that gave her a severe appearance. "Arthur," she nodded. "And Mr. Potter. Thank you for coming promptly." Her gaze lingered on Harry's scar for only a moment before returning to his eyes. Harry appreciated the restraint. "Please, sit." She gestured to 2 chairs facing her desk. "We're waiting for one more. Here she is now." The door opened to admit a young witch with spiky pink hair. "Sorry, Director. Got caught in that dodgy lift again. Watch her, Mr. Weasley." Nymphadora Tonks, one of our junior Aurors, Madame Bones introduced her. "She'll be taking official notes today." "Just Tonks, please," the young witch said with a grimace. "Only my mum calls me Nymphadora, and that's only when she's brassed off." Despite his nervousness, Harry found himself smiling at her obvious discomfort with her name. "Now then," Madame Bones said, "all business once more, let's get to the purpose of this meeting. Mr. Potter, I understand you have evidence pertaining to the case of Sirius Black, currently serving a life sentence in Azkaban for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, as well as for allegedly betraying your parents to you-know-who." "Yes," Harry said, his mouth suddenly dry. "I have 3 pieces of evidence: my parents' will, which names Pettigrew as their secret keeper, my father's journal, which confirms they switched from Sirius to Pettigrew, and a memory showing Sirius with my parents, acting as my godfather." Madame Bones extended her hand. "May I see these items?" Harry pulled the documents from his bag, along with the memory vial. Madame Bones examined the will first, her expression giving nothing away as she read. "This does indeed name Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper," she noted, turning a page. "And it's properly witnessed and sealed with blood magic, making it impossible to forge." She looked up sharply. "Where was this document found?" "At Gringotts," Harry explained. "During their centennial audit. It had been misplaced." "Misplaced," Madame Bones repeated flatly. "Who last accessed it before its discovery?" Harry hesitated, glancing at Mr. Weasley, who gave him an encouraging nod. According to Gringotts records, Professor Dumbledore removed it from normal filing on November 3, 1981. Tonks nearly dropped her quill, while Madame Bones's eyebrows rose above her monocle. "I see," she said, her tone neutral but her expression hardening. "And the journal?" Harry handed over his father's leather-bound diary, open to the final entry. Madame Bones read it carefully, then set it aside with a deep frown. "And finally, the memory?" She gestured to the vial. "It's from my first birthday," Harry explained. "It shows Sirius with my parents, and them referring to Peter as their secret keeper. We'll need to view this in a pensieve." Madame Bones stood. "Fortunately, we have one in the adjoining room. If you'll follow me." They entered a smaller chamber containing a large stone basin inscribed with runes. Madame Bones carefully poured Harry's memory into the swirling silver liquid. "We'll all enter together," she instructed. "If you've never used a pensieve before, Mr. Potter, simply touch the surface and allow yourself to fall forward." Harry had used the one in the Potter vault, but he appreciated the explanation. The 4 of them leaned forward as one, touching the silvery surface, and were pulled into the memory. They landed in the same sunlit living room Harry had visited before. Baby Harry zoomed past on his toy broomstick, pursued by a laughing James. Lily arranged birthday decorations with her wand, and soon Sirius, Remus, and Peter arrived with presents. Madam Bones watched intently, her focus sharpening when the conversation turned to the full moon and Peter's ministry job. But the crucial moment came during a quiet exchange later in the memory, when Lily pulled Sirius and James aside while Remus entertained baby Harry. "Is everything set with the Fidelius?" she asked in a low voice. James nodded. Peters agreed. "We'll perform it tomorrow." "I still think it should be you, Sirius," Lily said, worry evident in her expression. "That's exactly what Voldemort would expect," Sirius replied. "Everyone knows James and I are like brothers. Peter is the perfect bluff, no one would ever suspect him." "If you're sure," Lily said, clearly still uncertain. "I'd die before betraying you," Sirius said fiercely. "But this way, I won't even be able to if they catch me. I can't reveal what I'm not the keeper of." The memory continued, but Madam Bones had seen enough. With a gesture, she pulled them all back to the present. In the small chamber, silence reigned for several moments as they processed what they'd witnessed. "Well," Madam Bones said finally, "this is certainly compelling evidence." She turned to Tonks. Tonks, please fetch the original case file on Sirius Black from the archives immediately." Tonks nodded and hurried out, her hair shifting from pink to a serious dark blue. "Mr. Potter," Madam Bones continued, "these materials raise extremely disturbing questions. Not only about Black's guilt, but about the handling of the entire case." Her expression was grave. "I must ask, have you shown these to anyone else?" "Only Mr. and Mrs. Weasley," Harry replied. "And Dumbledore knows about them. He came to the burrow the day after I found the will." "Did he, indeed?" Madam Bones's mouth thinned. "And what was his response?" "He said he'd support a review of Sirius's case," Harry said carefully. "But he didn't really explain why he hid the will in the first place." "That will be a separate matter for investigation," Madam Bones said crisply. "For now, our priority is determining whether an innocent man has spent a decade in Azkaban." Tonks returned, slightly breathless, carrying a thin folder. "Here it is, Director. And, well, you should see for yourself." Madam Bones opened the folder and scanned its contents, her frown deepening with each page. This is wholly inadequate," she said finally, looking up with barely contained anger. "No trial transcript. No interrogation record. No wand examination results. Just an arrest report and a direct transfer order to Azkaban signed by Bartemius Crouch and countersigned by Minister Bagnold." "The trial?" Mr. Weasley asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. "There wasn't one," Madam Bones said flatly. "According to this, Black was simply sent to Azkaban after his arrest. No Veritaserum questioning, no Wisengamot hearing, nothing." Harry felt a surge of righteous anger. "So he's been there for 10 years without even a trial?" "It appears so." Madam Bones removed her monocle and polished it, a gesture that seemed to help her regain composure. This was during the immediate aftermath of you-know-who's fall. Many legal shortcuts were taken in the name of justice. "This isn't justice," Harry said firmly. "It's the opposite." Madam Bones regarded him for a moment, then nodded. "You're quite right, Mr. Potter. And I intend to rectify this immediately." She replaced her monocle. Tonks, prepare an emergency extraction order for prisoner Black. Level 1 security, direct transfer to the Ministry holding cells, not standard processing." Tonks nodded and hurried out again. "You're bringing him here? Today?" Harry asked, stunned by the sudden action. "I am." Madam Bones's tone brooked no argument. "The evidence you've provided, combined with the complete lack of due process, warrants immediate intervention. Mr. Black will be transferred here, given proper medical attention, and questioned under Veritaserum. If his testimony confirms what we've seen today, he'll be released by this evening." Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. After expecting bureaucratic delays and resistance, this swift action seemed miraculous. "Thank you," he said simply. "Don't thank me for doing my job, Mr. Potter," Madam Bones replied, though her expression softened slightly. "Justice delayed is justice denied, and it appears Mr. Black has been denied for far too long." She turned to Mr. Weasley. "Arthur, given the sensitivity of this situation, I must ask for your oath not to discuss today's developments until an official announcement is made." Mr. Weasley nodded and provided the requested oath without hesitation. Harry did the same when asked. "Now," Madam Bones continued, "the extraction and questioning will take several hours. There's no need for you to wait here. I suggest you return home, and I will send word when there are developments." "Could I see him?" Harry asked hesitantly. "When he's been cleared?" Madam Bones considered this. "That would be up to Mr. Black. After a decade in Azkaban, he'll need time to recover before receiving visitors. But I will certainly inform him of your role in his release and your desire to meet." It wasn't the answer Harry had hoped for, but he understood the reasoning. They said their goodbyes, and soon Harry and Mr. Weasley were making their way back through the ministry. "That went better than I expected," Mr. Weasley said as they waited for a lift. "Amelia Bones is known for her integrity, but even so, the speed of her response is remarkable." "Do you think Sirius will really be free today?" Harry asked, afraid to hope too much. "If the Veritaserum questioning confirms what we already know, yes," Mr. Weasley replied. "Amelia has the authority to release him provisionally, pending a formal exoneration by the Wizengamot." The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Sirius could be free within hours, the godfather his parents had chosen for him. But what would that mean? Would Sirius want to be his guardian? Would Harry even recognize the man after 10 years in a place as terrible as Azkaban was reputed to be? These questions swirled in Harry's mind during the return journey to the burrow, where Mrs. Weasley and the others were waiting anxiously for news. "Well?" Ron demanded as soon as they stepped through the fireplace. "Madam Bones is having Sirius brought to the ministry today," Harry explained, still somewhat dazed by the rapid developments. "She thinks he'll be released by evening if the questioning goes well." The kitchen erupted in exclamations of surprise and excitement. "That's wonderful, Harry!" Hermione cried. She had arrived at the burrow the previous day and had been briefed on the situation. "I've been reading about wizarding law, and what happened to Sirius was completely illegal." "Blimey," said George. "From Azkaban to freedom in one day." "Might be a record," Fred added. "Usually, it's the other way around." "There's still the questioning to get through," Mr. Weasley cautioned. "But the evidence is strong." Mrs. Weasley was already in motion, waving her wand to set pots and pans working. "We should prepare a celebration dinner. The poor man will need a proper meal after that place." Harry appreciated her optimism but felt the need to temper expectations, including his own. "Madam Bones said he'll need time to recover before seeing anyone," he reminded them. "Of course he will," Mrs. Weasley said briskly. "But we can still celebrate the first step. And be ready whenever he is able to visit." The day crawled by with excruciating slowness. Harry tried to distract himself with a Quidditch match in the orchard, then with looking through his school books with Hermione, but his thoughts kept returning to the ministry and what might be happening there. It was nearly dinner time when a silvery lynx bounded through the kitchen wall, startling everyone. It spoke in a deep, measured voice, "Arthur Weasley. Sirius Black has been questioned under Veritaserum and his testimony confirms complete innocence. Provisional release granted. St. Mungo's for evaluation and treatment. Potter will be contacted when appropriate. Maintain confidentiality until tomorrow's announcement. Bones." The Patronus dissolved, leaving stunned silence in its wake. Then Mrs. Weasley burst into tears, Mr. Weasley let out a whoop, and the kitchen dissolved into chaos as everyone talked at once. "He's free. He's actually free," Ron shouted, pounding Harry on the back. "St. Mungo's is the best place for him," Hermione said practically. "They'll have specialists in treating long-term trauma." "Blimey, Harry, you've got a godfather," George exclaimed. "A proper marauder at that," Fred added with a grin. Harry stood in the middle of it all, a peculiar numbness spreading through him. It had worked. Sirius was free. The man his parents had chosen to raise him if anything happened to them was no longer in prison for a crime he didn't commit. But now what? The question must have shown on his face, because Mrs. Weasley wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "One step at a time, dear," she said gently. "Let's enjoy this victory, and the rest will sort itself out." Harry nodded, letting himself be guided to the dinner table where Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself with a feast worthy of Hogwarts. As the meal progressed and the initial shock wore off, Harry found himself genuinely smiling, then laughing at the twins' jokes, then participating in the excited speculation about what would happen next. It was late when he finally went up to Ron's room, exhausted but too keyed up to sleep. He sat on the edge of his bed, turning the golden vault key over in his hands. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked, pausing in the middle of changing into his pajamas. "Yeah," Harry said. "Just processing everything. It's been a mental couple of weeks." Ron nodded sagely. "From finding the will to freeing your godfather. Pretty epic, even by your standards." Harry chuckled. "I guess so. What are you going to do tomorrow?" Harry looked down at the key. I think I'd like to visit Potter Manor. Now that Sirius is free, maybe I could even live there someday, with him." "Wicked," Ron said appreciatively. "Your own manor house. Bet it's massive." "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I haven't been there yet. My grandfather's portrait mentioned it, but I don't know much else." "We should go," Ron said decisively. "Tomorrow. Dad would take us, I'm sure." The idea took hold in Harry's imagination. His family home. A place where generations of Potters had lived. Perhaps the house where his father had grown up. "Yeah," he agreed, suddenly eager. "Let's do it." Mr. Weasley readily agreed to accompany Harry, Ron, and Hermione to Potter Manor the next morning. After breakfast, Harry produced the golden key that Nagnok had explained would function as a port key. "Everyone touch the key," Mr. Weasley instructed. "Harry, since you're the Potter heir, you'll need to state the destination clearly while focusing on your intent to go there." They gathered in the garden, each placing a finger on the ornate key. Harry took a deep breath and said firmly, "Potter Manor." The familiar hook behind the navel sensation seized them, and the world dissolved into a blur of color and sound. When they landed, Harry stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. They stood on a gravel drive before imposing wrought iron gates. Beyond stretched a tree-lined avenue leading to what Harry could only describe as a stately home, not quite a castle, but certainly the largest private residence he had ever seen. Built of pale golden stone with a slate roof and numerous chimneys, the manor house sprawled elegantly across the crest of a gentle hill, surrounded by expansive grounds. "Blimey," Ron breathed, eyes wide. "You could fit the burrow in there about 20 times. "It's beautiful," Hermione said softly. "Looks Georgian, probably early 18th century." Mr. Weasley examined the gates, which bore the now familiar Potter crest. "The wards will recognize you, Harry. Place your hand on the crest and state your name." Harry did as instructed. "Harry James Potter." The gates trembled slightly, then swung inward without a sound. A ripple seemed to pass through the air, wards acknowledging the heir's presence. They walked up the avenue, the gravel crunching beneath their feet. As they drew closer, Harry could see that the manor, while grand, showed signs of long vacancy. The gardens, though not completely overgrown, needed attention. Some of the windows were shuttered, and there was a general air of sleeping grandeur about the place. At the main entrance, a double door of dark wood with brass fixtures, Harry repeated the process of placing his hand on the crest. The doors opened to reveal a spacious entrance hall with a black and white marble floor, a sweeping staircase, and walls lined with portraits. "Hello?" Harry called, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. There was a sudden pop, and an elderly house elf appeared before them, dressed in a clean tea towel embroidered with the Potter crest. The elf's enormous eyes widened at the sight of Harry, and to everyone's surprise, he burst into tears. "Master Harry Potter has returned," the elf wailed, prostrating himself on the marble floor. "Nipsey has waited and waited, keeping the manor ready, and Master has come at last." Hello, Nipsey," Harry said awkwardly. "Please get up. I'm happy to meet you." The elf scrambled to his feet, still sniffling. "Nipsey is sorry, Master Harry. It is just, Nipsey has been alone so long, caring for the manor since old Master and Mistress passed and young Master James went to hide." He wiped his eyes on his tea towel. "Nipsey kept everything ready for Master Harry's return, yes he did." "Thank you, Nipsey," Harry said, genuinely touched by the elf's dedication. "These are my friends, Ron and Hermione, and Mr. Weasley. We've come to see the manor." Nipsey bowed to each of them. "Nipsey will give the grand tour. And then prepare tea. Master and his friends must be hungry after their journey." For the next 2 hours, they followed the excited elf through the manor. The ground floor contained formal reception rooms, a vast dining room capable of seating 30, a music room with a grand piano, and a library that made Hermione gasp with delight. The first floor housed the family wing with numerous bedrooms, including the master suite and several guest chambers. The second floor contained more bedrooms and what Nipsey called the young master's wing, clearly once James's domain, with a room that still contained Quidditch posters and Gryffindor pennants. Throughout the tour, portraits of previous Potters greeted Harry with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Most had the characteristic untidy black hair, though some showed the red-headed influence of marriages into other families. In the main family sitting room, Harry found what he'd been hoping for, a larger version of his grandparents' portrait. "Harry," Fleamont called joyfully as they entered. "You found your way to the manor." "Grandson," Euphemia added, beaming. "And you've brought friends. How wonderful." "We've just come to visit today," Harry explained, introducing Ron, Hermione, and Mr. Weasley. "The Weasleys. Good family," Fleamont nodded approvingly. "I went to school with Septimus Weasley, would be your grandfather, I imagine." "Great-grandfather," Mr. Weasley corrected with a smile. "But thank you, sir." "And you, young lady?" Euphemia asked Hermione kindly. "Hermione Granger, ma'am. My parents are Muggles, dentists." "Fascinating," Fleamont exclaimed. "I always found Muggle medicine intriguing. Did you know I invented Sleekeazy's hair potion? Made quite a fortune selling to both markets." They chatted with the portraits for some time, Harry soaking up every detail about his family history. Fleamont had indeed been a renowned potioneer, while Euphemia had been a respected healer at St. Mungo's. They had been older parents, having James late in life after nearly giving up hope of children. "He was our miracle," Euphemia said fondly. "And utterly spoiled, I'm afraid. Though he grew into a fine man despite our indulgence. When he brought Lily home, we knew he'd finally grown up," Fleamont added with a chuckle. She wouldn't stand for any of his nonsense. Harry could have listened for hours, but Nipsey eventually insisted they break for tea, which was served in a sunny conservatory overlooking gardens that, despite some wildness, still showed the bones of formal design. "The manor has been in the Potter family for 12 generations, Hermione informed them, having extracted this information from a particularly chatty portrait of a witch in Elizabethan dress. Originally built in 1713 by Hardwin Potter with the fortune he made in alchemy and international trade. It's brilliant," Ron said around a mouthful of scone. The Quidditch pitch out back is regulation size. Mr. Weasley smiled at their enthusiasm but raised a practical concern. The property seems well maintained considering its vacancy, but it would need significant work to be properly habitable again. The preservation charms have kept it from deteriorating, but it lacks modern comforts. Nipsey has maintained everything, the elf protested, looking offended. The plumbing works. The fireplaces are clean. Master Harry could move in tomorrow. It's fantastic, Nipsey, Harry assured him. You've done an amazing job. But I think Mr. Weasley means it would need more than one house elf to run properly. Nipsey considered this, then nodded reluctantly. Nipsey could call his cousins from the Potter farm in Wales. In the old days, we had 6 elves for the manor. You have more house elves? And a farm? Harry asked, surprised. Oh yes, Master Harry. Potter lands include the manor, the farm in Wales, the cottage in Godric's Hollow, and the London townhouse. Each has its elves, though most went to Hogwarts to work when the properties were emptied. Harry glanced at Hermione, who was frowning slightly at the mention of multiple house elves, but she held her tongue. He made a mental note to ask her about it later. Well, we've seen the main house, Mr. Weasley said, checking his watch. Perhaps we should explore the grounds before heading back. I promised Molly we wouldn't be too late. They spent another hour wandering the extensive gardens and grounds, which included the promised Quidditch pitch, a small ornamental lake, and several outbuildings including stables, empty, and a gardener's cottage. By the time they circled back to the front of the house, Harry felt both exhilarated and overwhelmed. This was his heritage, his family home. Someday, perhaps soon, he could live here instead of with the Dursleys. The thought was almost too big to comprehend. We should go, Mr. Weasley said gently, seeing Harry's conflicted expression. But you can return whenever you wish, Harry. It's your home. Thank you, Harry said to Nipsey as they prepared to leave. For taking care of everything all these years. The old elf's eyes filled with tears again. Master Harry is welcome. Will Master be returning soon? Yes, Harry decided. Very soon. And I'll let you know when I'm coming next time, so you can prepare properly. This seemed to please Nipsey, who bowed them out with promises of a grand feast for Harry's next visit. As they gathered to use the port key for their return journey, Harry took one last look at the manor house. For the first time in his life, he had a place that was truly his, not borrowed or shared or grudgingly provided, but his by right and by legacy. It was a profound feeling. The following week brought a flurry of developments. The Daily Prophet announced Sirius Black's exoneration with screaming headlines and breathless coverage of the miscarriage of justice. Bartemius Crouch faced suspension pending investigation into his role in the imprisonment without trial. Minister Fudge gave pompous interviews about righting historic wrongs, while carefully avoiding mention of his own involvement in maintaining the status quo for years. And Harry received a letter. It arrived by standard post owl during breakfast at the burrow, the handwriting on the envelope shaky but determined. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. It feels strange to be writing to you after all these years. The last time I saw you, you were just learning to walk and talk, and now you're nearly 13. Madam Bones told me how instrumental you were in securing my freedom. I can never thank you enough for that. Without the evidence you provided, I might have spent the rest of my life in that place. The healers at St. Mungo's tell me I'm making good progress, though it will be some time before I'm fully recovered. The physical effects of Azkaban are relatively easy to treat, but the mental ones, well, those are more stubborn. I understand you've discovered your parents' will and learned that I was named as your guardian. I want you to know that I still consider that responsibility sacred, if you'll have me. Your parents were my best friends, James was like a brother to me, and I've never forgiven myself for suggesting the change in Secret Keeper that led to their deaths. However, I'm also realistic about my current condition. Until the healers clear me, I wouldn't be much use as a guardian. In the meantime, I've been informed you're staying with the Weasley family, who I'm told are good people. I would very much like to meet with you when the healers permit visitors. I have so many stories to share about your parents, and so much time to make up for. On a practical note, Madam Bones suggested I consult with a solicitor regarding my legal status and potential guardianship application. The firm of Burke, Williamson, and Foley comes highly recommended for such matters. If you're agreeable, perhaps we could meet with them together once I'm discharged from St. Mungo's. There's so much more I want to say, but the healers are limiting my activities for now, including letter writing, something about cognitive strain. Please know that not a day went by in Azkaban when I didn't think of you and regret not being there for you. Your godfather, Sirius Black P.S. I understand you visited Potter Manor. Your father loved that place, though he pretended it was too stuffy during his rebellious teenage years. I spent many summers there myself and could show you all the secret passages James and I discovered. Harry read the letter 3 times before passing it to Ron and Hermione, who had been watching his face anxiously. He wants to be my guardian, Harry said, a mix of emotions making his voice unsteady. That's wonderful, Harry. Hermione exclaimed after scanning the letter. And he sounds very sensible about taking it slowly. Mental health treatment after Azkaban is serious business, Ron added, surprising them both with his insight. Dad says some prisoners never fully recover. But Sirius will, Harry said firmly. He has to. The next weeks of summer passed in a blur of activity. Harry visited Potter Manor twice more, once with the Weasleys and once with Mr. Weasley and Professor McGonagall, who had requested to accompany them after learning of the will's contents. She had been deeply upset to discover she had been named as a potential guardian but never informed. I would have taken you in a heartbeat, Potter, she told him, her usual stern demeanor cracking to reveal genuine emotion. I may not have been the most demonstrative guardian, but you would have grown up knowing your parents and their world. I know, Professor, Harry assured her. And, thank you. McGonagall had proven to be a wealth of information about both his parents, particularly his mother's exceptional talent for charms and potions. Lily was the brightest witch of her year, she said with evident pride. Her work on protective charms was already drawing attention before she went into hiding. Between visits to the manor, Harry spent hours reading through his father's journals, retrieved from the vault, and examining the family photographs and artifacts he'd brought back. Each item revealed another piece of the puzzle that was his family history. 2 weeks before the start of term, another letter arrived from Sirius. Harry, good news at last. The healers have cleared me for short visits, and I've been granted a day pass for this Saturday. Would you like to meet? I understand if you're nervous, I'm rather anxious myself, but I hope you'll give your old godfather a chance. I've spoken with Arthur Weasley, who has kindly offered to host our meeting at his home, where you'll feel comfortable and safe. I'll arrive around 11, if that suits you. Looking forward to seeing you, though I doubt I'll recognize the young man you've become, Sirius, this Saturday. Harry exclaimed, looking up from the letter. He's coming here. The burrow erupted into activity. Mrs. Weasley declared that the house needed a proper cleaning before an ex-prisoner of Azkaban and heir to the noble and most ancient House of Black could visit. The fact that Sirius had spent a decade in a cell and probably wouldn't notice dust in the corners didn't deter her in the slightest. By Saturday morning, the burrow gleamed. Mrs. Weasley had prepared enough food for a small army, explaining that the poor man needs feeding up after that dreadful place. Mr. Weasley had taken the day off work to be present. The twins had been threatened with dire consequences if they played any pranks. And Harry had changed his shirt 3 times before Hermione pointed out that Sirius was hardly going to care what he was wearing. At precisely 11 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Harry, who had been pacing the living room for the past half hour, froze. It'll be fine, mate, Ron assured him. Mr. Weasley opened the door, and Harry got his first look at the free Sirius Black. He was thinner than in the memory of Harry's first birthday, his face gaunt with lingering shadows under his eyes. His dark hair, now streaked with premature gray, had been cut and neatly styled, and he wore simple but high-quality robes. But what struck Harry most was the intensity in his gaze as it landed on him, a desperate hunger that slowly softened into wonder. "Harry," Sirius breathed, taking a tentative step forward. You look so like James." "But with Lily's eyes." "Everyone says that," Harry replied, then mentally kicked himself for such a mundane response to this momentous meeting. A smile cracked Sirius's solemn expression. "I suppose they would. It's true, after all." He hesitated, clearly unsure of the protocol for greeting a godson he barely knew. "It's good to see you, Harry." "Very good indeed." "You too," Harry managed, his own emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Mrs. Weasley broke the awkward moment. Come in, Mr. Black. You must be famished. I've prepared lunch, nothing fancy, just some sandwiches and soup and a roast chicken and treacle tart." Sirius smiled gratefully. "That sounds wonderful, Mrs. Weasley. And please, call me Sirius. Mr. Black makes me look around for my father, which is never a pleasant experience." The ice broken, they moved to the kitchen where introductions were made all around. The twins were particularly enthusiastic to meet a legendary marauder, having somehow deduced Sirius's school identity from snippets of overheard conversation. Sirius handled their admiration with grace, though he seemed bemused by it. During lunch, conversation flowed more easily than Harry had feared. Sirius fielded questions about his recovery, expressed appropriate gratitude for the meal, best I've had in over a decade, literally, and demonstrated surprising knowledge of recent Quidditch standings despite his imprisonment. "The healers provided newspapers as part of my reintegration therapy," he explained. "I started with the sports section. Seemed less depressing than current events." After the meal, Mr. Weasley tactfully suggested that Harry and Sirius might like some time to talk privately. They moved to the garden, settling on a bench beneath an apple tree with comfortable distance between them. For a moment, they sat in silence, the weight of all the lost years hanging between them. "I don't know where to begin," Sirius admitted finally. "There's so much to say, and yet words seem inadequate." "Tell me about my parents?" Harry suggested. "Not the big stories, I've heard about how they died. Tell me about the small things. What they were like day to day." Sirius's face softened. "Your father was the worst morning person I've ever met," he began. "Completely useless before his second cup of tea. Your mother, on the other hand, was disgustingly cheerful at dawn. And so it began, stories of James's hopeless attempts to cook. He once set fire to water, Harry. Water, Lily's habit of reading 3 books simultaneously, their good-natured bickering over Quidditch teams, and the way they both lit up whenever Harry did anything, no matter how mundane. Your first act of accidental magic was levitating your stuffed stag, Prongs, they called it, after your father's animagus form. James was beside himself with pride. Took about 50 photographs and sent them to everyone we knew. Harry drank in every word, occasionally asking questions but mostly just listening to the first-hand accounts of his parents as real people, flawed, loving, human. Not just the tragic figures who had died to save him, but individuals who had lived and laughed and created a home. Eventually, the conversation turned to more practical matters. "I've been meeting with the solicitors," Sirius said. "As your godfather, I have a strong legal claim to guardianship, especially with your parents will now in evidence. However, given my condition, they've suggested a phased approach." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "It means I'd start with visitation rights and shared guardianship, gradually transitioning to full guardianship as my recovery progresses and we get to know each other better." Sirius looked at him intently. "But only if that's what you want, Harry. I won't force my way into your life if you're not comfortable with it." "I want it," Harry said immediately. "I want to live with you, eventually, I mean." When you're ready. Relief flooded Sirius's features. Good. That's good. He cleared his throat. The solicitors are also helping me reclaim my position as head of the Black family. My dear mother, and I use the term loosely, apparently never formally disowned me, despite her threats. That means access to considerable resources that could help us set up a proper home. I've been to Potter Manor, Harry told him. It's amazing. Nipsey, the house elf, says it's ready to live in. Ah, Nipsey. Sirius chuckled. He used to chase James and me out of the kitchens when we raided them at midnight. The manor would be wonderful, but perhaps a bit much to start with. I was thinking something smaller while we find our feet. They discussed options, the London townhouse that came with the Potter properties, or perhaps a cottage near Hogsmeade so they could see each other during term. The conversation flowed more naturally now, the initial awkwardness fading. As the afternoon waned, Sirius reluctantly noted that he needed to return to St. Mungo's. Outpatient status soon, he promised. Then we can meet more regularly. I'd like that, Harry said sincerely. As they walked back to the house, Sirius hesitated, then asked quietly, "Would it be all right if I hugged you, Harry? I've wanted to since the moment I saw you, but I didn't want to presume." Instead of answering, Harry stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his godfather. Sirius returned the embrace carefully at first, then with growing confidence, holding Harry as if he were something precious and fragile. "Thank you," Sirius whispered, his voice rough with emotion. "For giving me a second chance. For believing in me when you had no reason to." "Your family," Harry replied simply. "My parents chose you. That's reason enough." When they separated, both were suspiciously bright-eyed, but neither commented on it. They rejoined the Weasleys, who tactfully pretended not to notice their emotional state. After final goodbyes and promises to write, Sirius departed for his appointment with the healers. Harry watched him disappear down the lane with a strange mixture of satisfaction and longing. It had been a good first meeting, better than he'd dared hope, but it also highlighted how much they had both lost. "All right there, Harry?" Mr. Weasley asked gently. "Yeah," Harry replied thoughtfully. "I think I will be." The remainder of August passed swiftly. Harry exchanged several letters with Sirius, who was making steady progress and had been approved for outpatient status beginning in September. They made plans to meet in Hogsmeade during Harry's first village weekend of the term. Harry also received an unexpected letter from Remus Lupin, the tired-looking man from his parents' memory, who had apparently been contacted by Sirius. "Dear Harry, you don't know me, but I was a close friend of your parents. Sirius has informed me of recent developments, including the discovery of James and Lily's will. I cannot express how relieved I am at his exoneration, nor how ashamed I am that I ever believed him capable of betrayal. I understand you've been learning about your parents and their lives. If you would like another perspective, I would be honored to share my memories of them with you. I was particularly close to your mother during our later Hogwarts years, when she helped me with a medical condition I've had since childhood. By extraordinary coincidence, I will be at Hogwarts this year as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Perhaps we could meet once term begins? No pressure, of course, I understand you have much to adjust to already. Wishing you well, Remus Lupin. Harry immediately penned an enthusiastic acceptance, eager to meet another connection to his parents. The fact that Lupin would be teaching at Hogwarts seemed a stroke of luck, or perhaps Dumbledore's attempt at making amends. The day before their departure for Hogwarts, Harry visited Gringotts one final time to meet with Nagnok and review the status of his accounts. The goblin seemed pleased with Harry's growing interest in his financial affairs. "Most wizards your age show no such responsibility," he commented, reviewing the quarterly statement he had prepared. "The Potter investments continue to perform admirably. We've reinvested the proceeds as per standing instructions, with the exception of the funds transferred to your educational trust vault." Harry nodded, still somewhat overwhelmed by the complexity of his inheritance but determined to understand it. And the legal proceedings regarding the will? Progressing satisfactorily, Nagnok replied. The Wizengamot has formally acknowledged the will's validity and Professor Dumbledore has been censured for its improper removal from Gringotts' custody. A fine has been levied, which he has paid promptly. A fine seemed inadequate punishment for 10 years of suffering, but Harry understood the political realities involved. Dumbledore was too powerful and too respected to face more severe consequences. One last matter, Nagnok continued, sliding a small package across the desk. This was found in a sealed compartment within the Potter family vault, marked with instructions to be given to the heir upon claiming their inheritance. It appears to be a family heirloom. Harry unwrapped the package carefully to reveal a small, wooden box inlaid with the Potter crest. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a signet ring of gold set with a deep red stone. The same griffin and stag emblem was engraved on its face. The Potter family ring, Nagnok explained. Traditionally worn by the head of the family or the heir apparent. It carries certain properties. Magic? Harry asked, lifting the ring carefully. Of a sort. Family magic. It will recognize you as the Potter heir and may provide benefits relating to family properties and heirlooms. The goblin's expression grew solemn. It also symbolizes your position as the last of your line, with all the responsibilities that entails. Harry slipped the ring onto the third finger of his right hand, as Nagnok indicated was proper. It resized itself immediately to fit perfectly, and for a brief moment, Harry felt a warm sensation spread up his arm, a sense of connection to something larger than himself. The legacy of generations of Potters, now his to preserve. Thank you, he said to Nagnok, understanding that this moment held significance beyond the physical object. The goblin nodded once, sharply. Wear it with honor, Mr. Potter. September 1st arrived with the usual chaos at the burrow. Last-minute packing, misplaced books, and Fred and George's experimental fireworks creating a commotion in the upstairs bathroom kept everyone scrambling until they finally piled into ministry cars Mr. Weasley had arranged. At the station, Harry was surprised to see Sirius waiting for them beside the barrier to platform 9 3/4. He looked significantly better than during their first meeting, less gaunt, more animated, dressed in stylish robes that suggested the Black family fortunes were indeed substantial. Couldn't miss seeing you off, could I? Sirius grinned, embracing Harry warmly. It's tradition. Your grandfather saw your father off every year, and your parents would have done the same for you. Harry felt a lump form in his throat at the simple statement. Another piece of normal family life he would have had if things had gone according to his parents' wishes. Thanks for coming, he managed. They passed through the barrier together, and Harry experienced his first normal journey to Hogwarts, no missed trains, no flying cars, just a family seeing him off like any other student. The normality of it was both strange and wonderful. On the platform, while the Weasleys were distracted with their own goodbyes, Sirius pulled Harry aside. I have something for you, he said, producing a small package from his pocket. James would want you to have it. Harry unwrapped it to find what appeared to be an ordinary hand mirror. A two-way mirror, Sirius explained. Your father and I used them when we were in separate detentions. Just say my name while holding it, and you can speak to me through its mate. He patted his pocket, indicating he carried the other mirror. Thought it might be useful for us to chat more regularly than letters allow. This is brilliant. Harry exclaimed, turning the mirror over in his hands. Thank you. One more thing before you go, Sirius said, his expression growing serious. I've been meaning to ask, how much has Dumbledore told you about the night your parents died? About why Voldemort targeted your family specifically? Harry frowned. Not much. Just that Voldemort was after my parents because they opposed him, and that my mother's sacrifice protected me. Sirius nodded slowly, as if confirming a suspicion. I thought as much. There's more to it, Harry, a prophecy that was made before you were born. I only know pieces of it myself, but it's why your parents went into hiding." "A prophecy?" Harry repeated, a cold feeling spreading through him. "About me?" "About a child born as the 7th month dies who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord," Sirius confirmed grimly. "Dumbledore heard it and warned your parents. It's why they used the Fidelius charm, not just because they were Order members, but because Voldemort was hunting you specifically." Harry struggled to process this new information. "Why hasn't Dumbledore told me this?" "That," Sirius said darkly, "is one of many questions I intend to ask him when I'm strong enough to do so without hexing him into next week." The train whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. "We'll talk more about this at Hogsmeade," Sirius promised. "I just thought you should know. No more secrets kept from you, Harry, that's my promise to you." They rejoined the Weasleys for final goodbyes. As Harry boarded the train with Ron and Hermione, he felt a curious mixture of emotions. The summer had brought painful revelations and broken trust, but also new connections and the promise of a different future. Sirius and the Weasleys stood together on the platform, waving as the train pulled away. Harry waved back until they disappeared from view, the mirror clutched tightly in his other hand. "You okay, Harry?" Hermione asked as they searched for an empty compartment. "Yeah," he replied, realizing it was true. "Better than okay, actually." They found a compartment occupied only by a sleeping man whose shabby briefcase bore the name, Professor R. J. Lupin. "Look," Harry whispered, nodding toward the case. "That must be him, the new defense professor. My parents' friend." "Convenient," Ron commented as they settled in across from the sleeping figure. "Or planned," Hermione suggested. "Dumbledore might be trying to surround you with people connected to your parents. Making amends, perhaps?" "Maybe," Harry said, studying Lupin's tired face. "Or maybe just finally doing what should have been done all along." As the train rattled northward toward Hogwarts, Harry felt a sense of anticipation unlike any he'd experienced before. This year would be different. He had family now, not just the memory of parents who had died for him, but living connections to them. Sirius, who wanted to be his guardian. Remus Lupin, who would be his teacher. The portraits at Potter Manor, who could tell him stories of generations past. And he had knowledge, about his inheritance, about his parents' wishes, even about the prophecy that had shaped his destiny. Knowledge was power, as Hermione often said. For the first time, Harry felt he was taking control of his own story, rather than being swept along by others' decisions. The Hidden Testament had been just the beginning. Now it was up to him to claim the legacy his parents had left him, not just the material possessions, but the love, connections, and purpose they had intended for him all along. He touched the signet ring beneath his sleeve, feeling its reassuring weight. Whatever lay ahead at Hogwarts this year, he would face it not as a boy in the dark, but as the heir of House Potter, with family at his back and truth as his guide. Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts began with an unexpected invitation. As the feast concluded and students prepared to follow prefects to their dormitories, Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Potter," she said, her usual stern expression softened slightly, "the headmaster would like a word in his office." "I'll escort you." Ron and Hermione gave him questioning looks, which he answered with a shrug. "See you in the common room," he told them, rising to follow McGonagall. They walked in silence to the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Only when they reached the spiraling staircase did McGonagall speak. "He wishes to explain himself, Potter," she said quietly. "I suggest you listen, even if you're not inclined to forgive immediately." Harry nodded, appreciating her straightforwardness. "Yes, Professor. And Potter," she added as they reached the office door, "know that some of us were kept in the dark as well. Had I known of your parents' wishes, things would have been very different." "I know," Harry said. "Thank you." She gave his shoulder a brief, uncharacteristic squeeze before knocking on the door. "Enter," called Dumbledore's voice. The headmaster's office looked much as Harry remembered it, circular, filled with silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters, with Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside the desk. Dumbledore himself stood by the window, looking older and wearier than Harry recalled. "Thank you, Minerva," he said as they entered. "Would you care to stay?" "I believe this conversation should be private, Albus," McGonagall replied. "Unless Mr. Potter prefers otherwise?" Harry considered for a moment, then shook his head. "It's all right, Professor. I'll be fine." After McGonagall departed, Dumbledore gestured to a chair before his desk. "Please sit, Harry." Harry did so, noting that the headmaster had called him by his first name, a rarity that suggested this would indeed be a personal conversation rather than a school matter. "I owe you a more complete explanation than the one I offered at the burrow," Dumbledore began, taking his own seat. "And perhaps more importantly, a sincere apology." Harry remained silent, waiting. "When your parents died, the wizarding world was in chaos," Dumbledore continued. "Voldemort had vanished, but his followers remained at large, seeking vengeance. The Ministry was compromised at multiple levels. I made decisions quickly, too quickly, perhaps, based on the information available at the time." "You read their will," Harry said flatly. "You knew what they wanted." "I did," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And I set those wishes aside, believing the blood protection your mother provided was more crucial than the guardianship arrangements they had specified." "You didn't just set them aside," Harry pointed out. "You deliberately hid the will. For 10 years. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Yes. That was inexcusable. Initially, I intended to revisit the arrangement once the immediate danger had passed. But as years went by and Voldemort did not return, I convinced myself that maintaining the status quo was safer." "Safer for whom?" "For you, primarily," Dumbledore insisted. "But I won't deny that other considerations factored into my thinking. The prophecy, for instance." Harry straightened in his chair. "Sirius mentioned a prophecy. He said it's why Voldemort targeted my parents." "Did he?" Dumbledore looked surprised, then resigned. "Yes, there is a prophecy concerning you and Voldemort. Made before your birth, it predicted the coming of one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord." "Why keep that from me too?" Harry asked, frustration evident in his voice. "Don't I have a right to know why my parents died? Why Voldemort keeps trying to kill me?" "You do," Dumbledore conceded. "But I wanted to preserve what childhood you could have. Knowledge is a burden, Harry, especially knowledge of destiny." "My childhood at the Dursleys wasn't worth preserving," Harry said bluntly. "And keeping me ignorant didn't protect me, it just made me vulnerable. I've faced Voldemort twice already without knowing why he wants me dead." Dumbledore flinched slightly at the accusation. "A fair point. One of many mistakes I've made regarding your upbringing." He leaned forward, his blue eyes serious behind his half-moon spectacles. "I truly believed I was acting for the greater good, Harry. But I've come to realize that good intentions do not excuse poor judgment." The admission hung in the air between them. Harry studied Dumbledore's face, searching for signs of manipulation or insincerity, but found only genuine regret. "What now?" Harry asked finally. "Sirius is applying for guardianship. Will you support that?" "Unreservedly," Dumbledore replied without hesitation. "Sirius Black was indeed your parents' choice, and now that he has been cleared, there is no legitimate reason to oppose his guardianship." "And the blood protection?" "You insisted I needed to stay with the Dursleys for that." "The protection remains valuable," Dumbledore said carefully, "but perhaps not at the cost exacted. I suggest maintaining a minimal connection, a short visit annually, to renew the wards. Sirius and I have already discussed this possibility." Harry nodded, not entirely satisfied but willing to accept the compromise. There is one other matter, Dumbledore continued, opening a drawer in his desk. Something that should have been yours long ago. He removed a silvery, fluid-like garment that Harry recognized immediately. My father's invisibility cloak, he said. You already gave it to me at Christmas in first year. Yes, but I did not explain its significance, Dumbledore replied. This is no ordinary invisibility cloak, Harry. It has been passed from parent to child in your father's line for generations. Its resistance to wear and detection charms marks it as a truly exceptional magical artifact. He handed the cloak to Harry, who took it with newfound appreciation. In withholding the will, I also withheld knowledge of many such family heirlooms and traditions, Dumbledore continued. That was a grave disservice to you, and one I hope to begin rectifying. Is that why you hired Professor Lupin? Harry asked. To connect me with my parents' past? Dumbledore smiled slightly. Partly, though Remus is also an excellent teacher in his own right. I thought having him here might help bridge some of the gaps in your knowledge of your parents. They talked for nearly an hour more, covering topics ranging from the Potter family's historical significance to the current status of Sirius's legal proceedings. Throughout the conversation, Dumbledore maintained an unusually direct manner, answering Harry's questions without the cryptic statements or half-truths that had characterized many of their previous interactions. When Harry finally rose to leave, feeling mentally exhausted but oddly satisfied, Dumbledore offered one last observation. You're wearing the Potter ring, I see, he said, nodding toward Harry's right hand where the signet was now visible. It suits you. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, unsure how to respond to the apparent compliment. Your father never wore it at school, Dumbledore mused. Said it was too formal, too much like accepting adult responsibilities. He only put it on after your grandfather died. The headmaster's eyes held a distant look. You are, in many ways, more mature than James was at your age. Perhaps that's not entirely a good thing. Childhood should be cherished, but it is nonetheless true. Harry considered this as he descended the spiral staircase. He'd spent much of the summer angry at Dumbledore, and that anger hadn't fully dissipated. But tonight's conversation had helped him understand, if not entirely forgive, the headmaster's choices. More importantly, he felt they had established a new dynamic, one based on greater honesty and respect. Dumbledore had treated him not as a child to be protected from harsh truths, but as the heir to a significant legacy with a right to know his own history. It was a start. The first few weeks of term established new patterns. Classes resumed with their usual mixture of fascinating and tedious lessons. Professor Lupin quickly proved to be the most competent defense teacher they'd had, combining practical exercises with engaging theory. After their first lesson featuring the boggart, Harry lingered behind to introduce himself properly. Professor Lupin? I'm Harry Potter. You knew my parents? Lupin's tired face broke into a warm smile. I did indeed, Harry. Very well, in fact. I've been hoping to speak with you. They arranged to meet that weekend for tea in Lupin's office. When Harry arrived, he found not just tea but photographs spread across the desk, images of his parents during their Hogwarts years and beyond. I thought these might interest you, Lupin said, pouring tea into chipped mugs. They're copies, so you're welcome to keep them. For the next 2 hours, Lupin narrated the stories behind each photograph, James's first Quidditch match as Gryffindor chaser, Lily mastering a particularly difficult charm, the 4 marauders by the lake, James and Lily's wedding day. Your mother was the kindest person I've ever known, Lupin told him, a distant look in his eyes. She discovered my condition in our 5th year and never once treated me differently because of it. Condition? Harry asked cautiously. Lupin hesitated, then nodded as if coming to a decision. I suppose you should know, especially if you'll be spending time with Sirius. I'm a werewolf, Harry. Have been since childhood. The revelation explained much, Lupin's perpetually tired appearance, the scars on his face, the reference in the memory to the full moon and wolfsbane potion. That doesn't matter to me, Harry said firmly. And it obviously didn't matter to my parents. Lupin's smile was tinged with gratitude. You are very much Lily's son in that regard. He sipped his tea thoughtfully. James accepted it too, of course. In fact, he, Sirius, and Peter became animagi to keep me company during transformations, an incredibly complex feat of magic they mastered while still students. My father could turn into a stag, Harry said, remembering the references to prongs in both the memory and his parents' letter. What about Sirius and Peter? Sirius became a large black dog, hence the nickname Padfoot. Peter was a rat, small enough to press the knot on the whomping willow that immobilizes it. Lupin's expression darkened at the mention of Pettigrew. Rather fitting, in retrospect. Has anyone found him? Harry asked. Pettigrew, I mean. After Sirius was cleared, the prophet said they were searching for him. No sign yet, Lupin replied grimly. His animagus form makes him particularly difficult to track. But they will find him, Harry. Justice may be delayed, but it will be served. Their tea meetings became a regular weekend occurrence. Unlike his stilted interactions with previous teachers, Harry found himself genuinely connecting with Lupin, who balanced the roles of professor and family friend with natural ease. Meanwhile, his twice-weekly mirror conversations with Sirius became highlights of Harry's routine. His godfather had moved into a small wizarding cottage in Hogsmeade, close enough to visit during school trips but not so imposing as the Manor or Black family residences. Still recovering, Sirius explained during one call. The healers say familiar surroundings help, and I spent nearly as much time in Hogsmeade as a student as I did in the castle. Besides, this way I can see you during visit weekends without all the paperwork of formal school visits. The first Hogsmeade weekend in October arrived with perfect autumn weather, crisp air, golden sunshine, and trees blazing with red and orange leaves. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way down the path to the village, excited for their first official visit. Sirius was waiting at the Three Broomsticks, having secured a private room upstairs. He greeted Harry with a warm hug before shaking hands with Ron and Hermione. I've heard so much about you too, he told them with a grin. Harry speaks highly of you in our mirror chats. All good things, I hope, Hermione said, looking pleased. Mostly, Sirius teased. Though there was something about a polyjuice incident involving a cat? Hermione blushed furiously while Ron snickered. Harry. You promised not to tell anyone about that. He's family, Harry defended himself, though he was smiling too. Doesn't count. The easy banter set the tone for a pleasant afternoon. They shared butterbeers and stories, Sirius regaling them with tales of marauder exploits while the trio recounted their adventures from the past 2 years, though Harry noticed Sirius's expression darkening at mentions of their more dangerous escapades. Facing Voldemort twice? Sirius shook his head in disbelief. And a basilisk? Merlin's beard, Harry, you don't do things by halves, do you? It's not like I went looking for trouble, Harry protested. No, trouble has a way of finding you, Sirius agreed. Just like your father. After lunch, Ron and Hermione tactfully excused themselves to explore the village, leaving Harry and Sirius to talk more privately. How are you really doing, Harry? Sirius asked once they were alone. And don't just say, fine, I've used that line too many times myself. Harry considered the question seriously. It's complicated. This term feels different. I'm different. He touched the Potter ring unconsciously. Learning about my family, my inheritance, what my parents wanted for me, it's changed how I see myself. For the better, I hope. I think so, Harry nodded. I feel more connected. Like I'm part of something larger than just me. But I'm also angry sometimes, thinking about what could have been if Dumbledore hadn't interfered. Sirius nodded understanding. A natural reaction. I've spent plenty of time dwelling on what-ifs myself. What if I hadn't suggested Peter as secret keeper? What if I'd taken you directly instead of going after him? He sighed. But that path leads nowhere good, Harry. Trust me on that. How do you not stay angry all the time? Harry asked. You lost 10 years in Azkaban because of Dumbledore's decisions. Oh, I'm angry, Sirius admitted, a flash of something hard appearing in his eyes. I just don't let it consume me. Not anymore. He leaned forward. The healers have this saying, resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Turns out they're right. Harry pondered this, reminded of his conversation with Dumbledore at the start of term. He apologized, you know. Dumbledore said he made mistakes but thought he was doing the right thing. I'm sure he did, Sirius said neutrally. And perhaps, in his own way, he was trying to protect you. But good intentions don't change the consequences of his actions. He shrugged. Still, holding on to anger doesn't help either of us move forward. And moving forward is what I want most, for both of us. Me too, Harry agreed, grateful for his godfather's perspective. They moved on to discussing the upcoming holidays. Sirius had been officially granted partial guardianship, which meant Harry could legally stay with him during school breaks. I thought we might spend Christmas at Potter Manor, Sirius suggested. It's where your father grew up, and the house elves always did put on a magnificent holiday celebration. That sounds brilliant, Harry agreed enthusiastically. Could Ron and Hermione visit? And Remus too? Of course. The more the merrier, Sirius grinned. A proper Potter Christmas, just as it should be. When it came time to return to the castle, Harry found himself reluctant to say goodbye. Despite their regular mirror communications, the in-person visit had reinforced how much he valued having Sirius in his life. I'll see you at the next Hogsmeade weekend, Sirius promised, embracing him. And remember, the mirror works anytime. Even if it's the middle of the night and you just need to talk. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said, feeling a surge of gratitude for this new constant in his life. For everything. Walking back to the castle with Ron and Hermione, Harry felt more settled than he had in weeks. The future was taking shape, not the isolated existence he had once imagined, but one rich with connections and possibilities. You seem happy, Hermione observed as they climbed the path back to Hogwarts. I am, Harry realized, somewhat surprised by the simple truth of it. Despite the complications, despite the lingering anger and questions, he felt fundamentally more secure than he ever had before. It's good, Ron said, nodding approvingly. Seeing you with family that actually gives a damn. Language, Ron, Hermione scolded automatically, but she was smiling too. But he's right, Harry. It suits you. Harry touched the ring on his finger, feeling its reassuring weight. The legacy he had discovered over the summer was more than gold or properties, it was belonging. And that, he was discovering, made all the difference. October faded into November, bringing with it howling winds and the first dusting of snow across the Hogwarts grounds. Harry settled into a comfortable routine, classes during the week, tea with Lupin on Saturdays, mirror calls with Sirius most evenings, and weekend Quidditch practice under Oliver Wood's increasingly fanatical leadership. This is our year, Wood declared at every opportunity, his eyes gleaming with manic intensity. My last chance at the cup. We will win. Harry was returning from one such grueling practice session, soaked and mud-splattered, when he encountered Dumbledore in an otherwise empty corridor. Ah, Harry, the headmaster greeted him. I was hoping to have a word. Would you mind accompanying me to my office once you've changed? Curious, Harry agreed, hurrying to Gryffindor Tower for a quick shower and fresh clothes before making his way to the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Fizzing Whiz-Bee, he said, using the password McGonagall had given him during their last meeting. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the familiar spiral staircase. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, but he was not alone. A thin, balding man in ministry robes stood nearby, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Harry, thank you for coming," Dumbledore said, rising to make introductions. "This is Broderick Bode, an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries." "Mr. Potter," Bode nodded stiffly. "An honor." "Mr. Bode has brought us some concerning information," Dumbledore continued. "Information that pertains to Peter Pettigrew." Harry's attention sharpened immediately. "Have they found him?" "Not exactly," Dumbledore said carefully. "But there has been a development. Mr. Bode, perhaps you could explain?" Bode cleared his throat. "As you may know, Mr. Potter, the Department of Mystery studies various magical phenomena, including magical signatures and tracking methods. Following Sirius Black's exoneration, we were asked to apply our techniques to locating Peter Pettigrew." He produced a scroll and unrolled it on Dumbledore's desk, revealing what appeared to be a complex magical map of Britain, with various colored dots and lines crisscrossing its surface. "This is a magical signature map," Bode explained. "It can detect the presence of specific magical individuals based on their unique signature. It's not precise enough for exact locations, more like general vicinities, and it only works for wizards and witches we have baseline readings for." "And you have a reading for Pettigrew?" Harry guessed. "We do. Every ministry employee provides a magical signature sample when hired. Pettigrew worked briefly for the Department of Magical Transportation after leaving Hogwarts." Bode tapped the map with his wand, murmuring an incantation. A small, pulsing red dot appeared, directly over the location of Hogwarts. Harry stared at it, the implication sinking in. "He's here? In the castle?" "It would appear so," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "And has been, according to Mr. Bode's earlier readings, since the start of term." "But how? Why hasn't anyone seen him?" Harry demanded. Then understanding dawned. "His animagus form. He's here as a rat." "Precisely our conclusion," Bode nodded. "A rat animagus could easily hide within Hogwarts undetected." "But why come here at all?" Harry asked. "It's dangerous for him. Sirius and Professor Lupin would recognize him, and after the Daily Prophet coverage of Sirius's exoneration, everyone knows he's the real traitor." Dumbledore and Bode exchanged glances. "We have a theory," the headmaster said carefully. "But I hesitate to alarm you unnecessarily. I think I'm past the point where you should be protecting me from alarming information," Harry said pointedly. Dumbledore inclined his head, acknowledging the rebuke. "Very well. We believe Peter may be here because of you, Harry. With his role in betraying your parents now public knowledge, he may fear retribution from both sides, from those loyal to your parents and from any remaining Death Eaters who might blame him for Voldemort's fall. Or," Bode added, "he may be seeking some form of redemption in the eyes of his former master, should he return." The implication sent a chill down Harry's spine. "You think he wants to capture me? To deliver me to Voldemort?" "It's one possibility," Dumbledore admitted. "Which is why we're taking immediate precautions. The castle's security is being enhanced, particularly around Gryffindor Tower. Professor Lupin has been informed, as his familiarity with Peter's animagus form makes him our best chance of identifying him. Sirius should know too," Harry insisted. "He'd recognize Peter just as easily." "Mr. Black has already been notified," Bode confirmed. "In fact, he's been granted special permission to assist in the search, given his unique knowledge." Harry's mind raced with the implications. Pettigrew, the man who had betrayed his parents, was somewhere in the castle, possibly watching him, planning, what? "There's something else you should consider, Mr. Potter," Bode said hesitantly, looking to Dumbledore for permission to continue. At the headmaster's nod, he continued, "Given Pettigrew's form, we need to examine all rats currently in the castle. Including pets." Harry's eyes widened as the connection clicked. Ron's rat, Scabbers? He's had him for years, since before we started Hogwarts. Percy had him before that. How many years precisely? Dumbledore asked sharply. I'm not sure. Ron said Percy found him in the garden when he was young, so, maybe 12 years ago? Harry calculated mentally. Right after my parents died. Bode's expression tightened. The average garden rat lives 3 to 4 years, Mr. Potter. A pet rat receiving good care might reach 7 at the outside. But magic could extend that, Harry argued, though doubt was creeping in. Couldn't it? Not significantly, Bode shook his head. Not without specific longevity charms that would be detectable. Harry remembered Ron's complaints about Scabbers, how the rat did little but eat and sleep, how he'd been looking increasingly ragged lately. But he'd always been peculiar. Scabbers is missing a toe, Harry said suddenly, the detail surfacing in his memory. On his front paw. Dumbledore and Bode exchanged sharp glances. Pettigrew allegedly died in an explosion, the headmaster said quietly. All that was found of him was a finger, Harry finished, feeling ill. Just a finger. We need to examine this rat immediately, Bode stated, all professional detachment now. Without alerting it to our suspicions. Ron won't be happy, Harry muttered, thinking of his friend's attachment to his pet, shabby though it was. But if Scabbers really is Pettigrew? The thought of the traitor who had betrayed his parents sleeping in Ron's bed for years, listening to their conversations, being treated as a pet, it was too disturbing to fully process. We'll handle this delicately, Dumbledore assured him. Professor McGonagall will request to see all pets for a routine health inspection. That should allow us to examine Scabbers without raising suspicion. And if it is him? Harry asked. What then? Then he will be apprehended and turned over to the Ministry to face justice for his crimes, Dumbledore said firmly. The truth will finally be known in its entirety. As Harry left Dumbledore's office some time later, his mind churned with the implications of their discovery. If Scabbers was indeed Pettigrew, it would mean the traitor had been literally within arm's reach for years, watching Harry, perhaps reporting to someone or waiting for an opportunity to strike. The thought made his skin crawl. But there was also a grim satisfaction in knowing that the truth might finally be exposed completely, the last piece of the puzzle his parents will had set in motion. Justice delayed, but perhaps not denied after all. The plan to capture Pettigrew was set for the following evening. Professor McGonagall would announce a mandatory inspection of all pets, ostensibly due to concerns about a magical parasite affecting Hogwarts familiars. Students would bring their pets to their heads of house, where Bode, introduced as a specialist from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, would examine them. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower with strict instructions not to behave unusually around Ron or Scabbers. It was one of the hardest acts he'd ever had to maintain. You look stressed, mate, Ron commented as they worked on their transfiguration essays that evening. Would pushing you too hard again? Just tired, Harry replied, trying to sound normal while avoiding looking at Scabbers, who was asleep in Ron's pocket. And this essay's doing my head in. Hermione glanced up from her perfectly organized notes. I told you both to start it last week. Professor McGonagall specifically said the theory of interspecies transfiguration requires careful consideration of, spare us, Hermione, Ron groaned. Not everyone can write 3 feet of parchment at the drop of a hat. Their familiar bickering helped Harry relax somewhat, though he remained acutely aware of the rat's presence. How had none of them noticed? How had Sirius or Lupin not recognized him during their visits to the castle? Because no one was looking for him here, Harry realized. No one suspected he'd hide in plain sight as a child's pet. The next day crawled by with excruciating slowness. During dinner, Professor McGonagall made the announced inspection, and Harry watched Ron's reaction carefully. Bit odd, innit? Ron frowned. Never had pet inspections before. Better safe than sorry, Hermione reasoned. If there is a parasite going around, it could be dangerous. Remember that outbreak of Streeler flu among the owls 2 years ago? Ron shrugged. S'pose so. Not that Scabbers needs much examining, all he does is sleep these days. Been looking peaky for months. After dinner, they returned to the common room to collect their pets. Crookshanks hissed and spat as Hermione tried to stuff him into his carrier, while Ron simply scooped the seemingly comatose Scabbers from his bed and into a small box McGonagall had provided. Don't see why we can't just take them to Hagrid, Ron grumbled as they made their way to McGonagall's office. He knows more about creatures than some ministry pen pusher. Professor McGonagall said this specialist focuses specifically on magical parasites, Hermione reminded him. I'm sure Hagrid will be involved if they find anything serious. They joined the queue of Gryffindors outside McGonagall's office, each holding cages, boxes, or carriers containing various pets. Harry felt his heart rate increase as their turn approached. He'd insisted on accompanying Ron, despite not having a pet to inspect. Hedwig, as an owl, was exempt from the check. Finally, they were called in. McGonagall sat behind her desk, with Bode beside her in his ministry robes. A third figure stood in the shadows, Professor Lupin, whose presence had been explained as assisting with any unusual cases. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, McGonagall greeted them. Your pets, please. Hermione presented Crookshanks, who submitted to Bode's examination with ill grace but was quickly pronounced healthy and parasite-free. Then it was Ron's turn. He placed the box containing Scabbers on the desk. He's been a bit under the weather lately, Ron explained. Not sure if that's related to your parasite thing. Bode opened the box carefully. May I remove him for examination? Ron nodded. He won't run, too lazy. Bode reached in and gently lifted the sleeping rat, placing him on a specially prepared examination table. He waved his wand in intricate patterns over the rat, murmuring diagnostic spells. Harry watched Lupin's face more than the rat itself. The professor had gone very still, his eyes fixed on Scabbers with an intensity that confirmed Harry's suspicions before Bode had even completed his examination. Interesting, Bode said neutrally. This rat shows signs of unusual magical properties. I'll need to perform a specific test. He looked up at Ron. With your permission, Mr. Weasley? It won't harm him if he's just a rat. Ron frowned, clearly confused by the formal request. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Bode nodded to Lupin, who stepped forward, his own wand now drawn. Together, they cast a spell Harry had never seen before, a jet of blue-white light that enveloped Scabbers completely. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to twitch and squirm, growing larger, his form distorting grotesquely as limbs elongated and fur receded. Within seconds, where Scabbers had been, a small, balding man with watery eyes and pointed features lay cowering on the examination table. Ron stumbled backward with a horrified shout. Hermione clapped her hands over her mouth. And Harry stared into the face of the man who had betrayed his parents to their deaths. Hello, Peter, Lupin said, his wand unwavering. It's been a long time. Pettigrew's eyes darted frantically around the room, taking in McGonagall's shocked expression, Bode's clinical detachment, and finally settling on Harry with a look of absolute terror. Harry, he squeaked. How you've grown, you look just like James. Don't you dare speak to him, Lupin snarled, a ferocity in his voice Harry had never heard before. Don't you dare speak James's name. McGonagall had recovered from her initial shock and now stood, her own wand trained on Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, she said with cold fury. All these years, hiding as a pet in my house. Bode performed a quick incantation that bound Pettigrew with magical ropes. Peter Pettigrew, you are under arrest for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, conspiracy with the Dark Lord, the framing of Sirius Black, and 12 counts of Muggle murder. You will be taken to the ministry for questioning under Veritaserum. I had no choice. Pettigrew wailed, still staring at Harry. The Dark Lord, you don't understand his powers. What would you have done? I would have died, Harry said quietly, finding his voice at last. I would have died rather than betray my friends. That's what Sirius was willing to do. Pettigrew flinched as if struck. Please, Harry. James wouldn't have wanted me killed, he would have shown mercy. You're not being killed, Harry said coldly. You're facing justice. That's more than my parents got. McGonagall placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, whether to comfort him or restrain him, he wasn't sure. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, I think you should return to Gryffindor Tower. This matter is now in official hands. Ron was still staring at Pettigrew in horror and disgust. That thing slept in my bed. For years. I was a good pet. Pettigrew pleaded desperately. I never harmed you. Enough, Lupin said sharply. Minerva's right. The children should go. But Harry stood his ground. I want to know why, he said, looking directly at Pettigrew. Why did you betray them? They were your friends. Pettigrew's face crumpled. I was afraid. The Dark Lord was winning, everyone was going over to his side. What was to be gained by refusing him? What was to be gained by loyalty to your friends, you mean? Lupin asked bitterly. You don't understand, Pettigrew whimpered. He would have killed me. Then you should have died. Harry shouted, years of pent-up rage suddenly exploding. Died rather than betray your friends, as we would have done for you. The room fell silent except for Pettigrew's sniveling. Harry felt Hermione's hand slip into his, squeezing gently. Come on, Harry, she said softly. Let's go. This time, Harry allowed himself to be led from the room, Ron following in stunned silence. As the door closed behind them, he caught one last glimpse of Pettigrew's cowering form, the man who had altered the course of his life through a single act of betrayal. I can't believe it, Ron said as they walked numbly back toward Gryffindor Tower. 12 years. He was in our house for 12 years. He was hiding, Hermione said quietly. From Sirius, from the Death Eaters, from everyone who would have recognized what he'd done. Harry walked in silence, processing the encounter. Seeing Pettigrew in the flesh had brought the reality of his parents' betrayal into sharp focus. It wasn't an abstract concept anymore, but a pitiful, terrified man who had valued his own life above all else. When they reached the fat lady's portrait, Harry stopped. I need some air, he said. I'll be back later. Harry, Hermione began worriedly. I'm not going to do anything stupid, he assured her. I just need to think. Alone. Ron nodded understanding. Take your time, mate. We'll be here. Harry wandered the corridors aimlessly for a while before finding himself at the astronomy tower. The night was clear and cold, stars scattered across the velvet darkness like diamonds on black cloth. He leaned against the parapet, breathing in the crisp air, trying to order his thoughts. The creak of the door behind him made him turn. Professor Lupin stood there, his face lined with exhaustion and old grief. I thought I might find you here, he said, joining Harry at the parapet. James used to come up here to think as well. They stood in companionable silence for a few minutes, looking out over the moonlit grounds. He's been taken to the ministry, Lupin said finally. Sirius was there for his arrival. It took 3 Aurors to prevent him from attacking Peter on sight. Harry nodded, unsurprised. What will happen to him? A full trial, with all evidence presented. Given his confession in McGonagall's office and what will undoubtedly emerge under Veritaserum questioning, he'll almost certainly receive a life sentence in Azkaban. Good, Harry said firmly. Then, more uncertainly, is it wrong that I wanted to hurt him? When I saw him? Lupin considered the question seriously. No, Harry, I don't think it's wrong to feel that way. It's human. The important thing is that you didn't act on it, you chose justice over vengeance. He sighed heavily. A choice Sirius and I might not have made in your position. I came close, Harry admitted. If Hermione hadn't been there. But she was, and you listened to her. That's what friends are for, to help us be our better selves when our own strength falters. They lapsed into silence again, the weight of the evening's revelations settling around them like a heavy cloak. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry, Lupin said softly. Not just for finding the will or freeing Sirius, but for how you've handled everything since. With dignity and courage. I don't always feel very dignified or courageous, Harry confessed. Sometimes I'm just angry. Or sad. Or confused. Those feelings are valid too, Lupin assured him. James and Lily weren't perfect, none of us are. They had their moments of doubt and fear and rage. What matters is what we do with those feelings. Harry nodded, finding comfort in Lupin's words. Thanks, Professor. For being here. For helping catch him. I'll always be here for you, Harry, Lupin promised. As long as you want me to be. Now, perhaps we should head back down. It's getting rather cold, and I believe Sirius is quite anxious to mirror call you. As they descended the tower stairs, Harry felt a peculiar sense of closure. Pettigrew's capture wouldn't bring his parents back or erase the years of isolation at the Dursleys. But it was another piece of justice being served, another step toward the life his parents had intended for him. And that, for now, was enough. Chapter 3, Reclaiming Destiny. The capture of Peter Pettigrew sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. For the second time in as many months, the Daily Prophet's headlines screamed of betrayal and justice delayed, complete with a front-page photo of Pettigrew being led into the ministry in magical restraints. Rita Skeeter had outdone herself with a sensationalist exposé titled, Rat in the Ranks, How Peter Pettigrew Betrayed the Potters, Framed Black, and Hid in Plain Sight. Harry found himself once again the subject of curious stares and whispers as he walked the corridors of Hogwarts. The details of Pettigrew's capture had spread throughout the school within hours, growing more elaborate with each retelling. By the following evening, the story had evolved to include Harry single-handedly defeating Pettigrew in a dramatic duel, a version Ron found highly entertaining. Apparently you cast a wandless Patronus that took the form of your dad, he informed Harry at breakfast, barely containing his laughter. And then you said something profound about justice before magically binding him. That's ridiculous, Hermione sniffed, spreading marmalade on her toast. Harry wasn't even the one who cast the Revelio charm. Don't ruin it with facts, Hermione, George called from further down the table. It's a much better story with Harry as the avenging hero. Harry shook his head, pushing his eggs around his plate without much appetite. The truth of the encounter, his shock, his rage, the pathetic reality of Pettigrew's cowering form, felt too personal to become school gossip. A flutter of wings announced the Morning Owl Post. Harry wasn't expecting anything, but a handsome tawny ministry owl landed directly in front of him, offering a sealed parchment envelope. That's an official ministry summons, Percy noted, leaning over with undisguised interest. Formal seal and everything. Harry broke the seal and read the enclosed letter. Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at the trial of Peter Pettigrew, scheduled for December 4th at 10 a.m. in Courtroom 10, Ministry of Magic, London. As both a material witness and the primary affected party in the case of the People versus Peter Pettigrew, your testimony is considered essential to these proceedings. Please respond by return owl to confirm your attendance. Arrangements for your travel from Hogwarts will be coordinated with Headmaster Dumbledore. Yours sincerely, Amelia Bones, Director, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They want me to testify, Harry said, passing the letter to Ron and Hermione. At Pettigrew's trial. That makes sense, Hermione said after scanning the contents. You're the one most affected by his crimes, and you were present for his capture and confession. Blimey, Ron murmured. A Wizengamot trial. That's serious business. What will you say? Hermione asked gently. Harry considered the question. What could he say about a man he barely knew, whose single act of cowardice had defined the course of Harry's entire life? The truth, he said finally. That's all. Later that day, Harry received a mirror call from Sirius, who had also been summoned to testify. It'll be a circus, Sirius warned, his face grim in the mirror's surface. The press will be out in force, and the ministry is desperate to show they're rectifying past mistakes. They'll want to make an example of Peter. Good, Harry said firmly. He deserves it. Sirius studied him through the mirror. Just be prepared. Witnessing justice can sometimes be unsatisfying. Particularly when nothing can truly make up for what was lost. Harry nodded, understanding what his godfather meant. No punishment for Pettigrew could bring back his parents or restore the years Sirius had lost in Azkaban. Justice would be served, but the wounds would remain. In better news, Sirius continued, his expression lightening, the solicitors have made significant progress on the guardianship application. With Pettigrew's capture confirming everything in the will, there's no remaining legal barrier. We have a final hearing with the family division of the Weasleys on December 18th. Just before Christmas, Harry noted, a flutter of excitement rising in his chest. So by the holidays. If all goes as expected, Sirius confirmed with a grin, you'll officially be my ward, and we can begin our Christmas celebrations at Potter Manor as a proper family. The prospect filled Harry with a warmth that lingered long after the mirror call ended. A proper family and a real home, the very things his parents had intended for him all along. December 4th arrived with a heavy snowfall that blanketed the Hogwarts grounds in pristine white. Harry rose early, dressed in his finest school robes, hastily pressed by an eager Dobby, who had somehow heard of Harry's important day, and met Professor McGonagall in the entrance hall. The headmaster will accompany us to the ministry, she explained as they crunched across the snow toward the gates where a carriage waited. Professor Lupin would have joined us, but... The full moon was last night, Harry nodded understanding. He mentioned he'd be indisposed. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly, but she merely nodded. Indeed. Dumbledore was already seated in the carriage, resplendent in formal plum-colored robes. Good morning, Harry, he greeted. I trust you're prepared for today's proceedings? As much as I can be, sir, Harry replied, settling onto the seat across from him. The Weasleys can be intimidating, Dumbledore acknowledged, but remember that you are there simply to speak your truth. Nothing more is required. The carriage carried them to Hogsmeade Station, where they boarded a ministry-arranged flu connection directly to the ministry atrium. Despite the early hour, the vast space bustled with activity. Officials hurried about their business while a line of journalists had already formed outside courtroom 10, hoping for prime positions to cover the day's sensational trial. Sirius was waiting for them near the security desk, looking far more composed than Harry felt in tailored charcoal robes that emphasized how much healthier he appeared since his release. The haunted look in his eyes had faded, though not disappeared entirely, and he stood with the natural confidence of a man reclaiming his rightful place in the world. Harry, he said warmly, embracing his godson. You look ready to face the lions, or perhaps the snakes would be more appropriate, given we're heading into a nest of politicians. Harry managed a smile at the attempted humor. I'm nervous, he admitted quietly. You'd be mad not to be, Sirius assured him. But we'll be right there with you. Me, Remus's written testimony since he couldn't attend, the Weasleys are coming too, Arthur's taking the morning off work. You're not alone in this. The simple statement steadied Harry more than anything else could have. Not alone. What a difference those words made. They were escorted to a small antechamber where witnesses waited to be called. True to Sirius's word, the Weasleys were already there, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley both rising to greet Harry with warm hugs. You look very smart, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, straightening his already straight collar. How are you feeling? All right, Harry replied, appreciating her motherly fussing. Just want it to be over with, honestly. Understandable, Mr. Weasley nodded. These proceedings can be draining. But important. As the clock ticked toward 10, more people arrived in the antechamber. Ministry officials Harry didn't recognize, a tired-looking wizard introduced as the court-appointed defender for Pettigrew, and finally Amelia Bones herself. Mr. Potter, she greeted him, professional but kind. Thank you for coming. You'll be called after the initial charges are read and the defendant has entered his plea. Just answer the questions truthfully and in your own words. At precisely 10 o'clock, a gong sounded, and the doors to courtroom 10 swung open. The witnesses remained in the antechamber, but Harry could hear the proceedings begin, the formal reading of charges, the introduction of the Wisengamot members who would judge the case, and then a terrible, familiar voice pleading, not guilty by reason of duress. Sirius made a noise like an angry dog beside him. Duress, he spat quietly. Of course he'd try that defense. The prosecutor presented opening statements, outlining the case against Pettigrew in damning detail. Then, finally, Harry heard his own name called. The prosecution calls Harry James Potter. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Remember, just your truth. Harry entered the courtroom with his chin up, trying not to falter under the weight of hundreds of stares. The room was arranged like an amphitheater, with rows of witches and wizards in plum robes seated in ascending tiers. At the center stood a chair with chains that currently secured a trembling Peter Pettigrew. Minister Fudge himself presided from the highest seat, with Amelia Bones to his right. Mr. Potter, Fudge said with the air of a man aware he was at the center of a historic moment, please be seated. Harry took the witness chair position to the side of Pettigrew's. From this angle, he could see the man clearly, thin, balding, his watery eyes darting nervously around the chamber, occasionally fixing on Harry with a desperate plea. The prosecutor, a sharp-featured witch with an authoritative presence, approached. Mr. Potter, please describe for the court how Peter Pettigrew was discovered alive after being presumed dead for 12 years. Harry recounted the events in McGonagall's office as clearly as he could, the pet inspection, Scabbers' transformation, Pettigrew's immediate confessions. He described finding his parents' will at Gringotts, learning that Pettigrew had been the secret keeper, and the memory from his first birthday that confirmed it. And how would you characterize Mr. Pettigrew's demeanor upon being discovered? The prosecutor asked. Terrified, Harry replied honestly. He was begging, making excuses, saying he had no choice. No choice but to betray your parents to Voldemort? The name caused a ripple of discomfort throughout the courtroom, exactly as the prosecutor had intended. That's what he claimed, Harry said, his voice strengthening. He said Voldemort would have killed him if he refused. And what was your response to this justification? Harry met Pettigrew's eyes directly for the first time. I told him he should have died rather than betray his friends. As they would have done for him. A murmur ran through the courtroom. Pettigrew seemed to shrink further into himself, while in the witness stands, Harry could see Sirius nodding with grim approval. The questioning continued for nearly an hour, covering Harry's understanding of the Fidelius charm, his conversations with Sirius and Remus about the night his parents died, and his father's journal entries regarding the switch in Secret Keepers. Throughout it all, Harry maintained his composure, focusing on the facts rather than the churning emotions beneath the surface. Finally, the prosecutor said, I have one last question, Mr. Potter. What, in your view, should happen to Peter Pettigrew now? Harry hesitated, aware that his answer carried weight. He looked at Pettigrew, this broken, pathetic man who had caused so much suffering through a single act of cowardice. I think he should face justice, Harry said carefully. Real justice, not what happened to Sirius, who was imprisoned without trial. Pettigrew should have a fair trial and, if convicted, serve his sentence according to the law. He paused, then added with quiet intensity, but I don't think he deserves mercy. Not after what he did. Thank you, Mr. Potter, the prosecutor said, clearly satisfied with his response. No further questions. The defense wizard rose, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Mr. Potter," he began, "you were only 15 months old when these events occurred. Your knowledge of them comes entirely from second-hand sources, the will, Mr. Black's account, and so on. Is that correct?" "Yes," Harry acknowledged. "I was too young to remember." "So you cannot personally attest to Mr. Pettigrew's state of mind at the time, or the precise circumstances under which he allegedly became the secret keeper?" "I saw the memory from my parents' birthday celebration," Harry countered. "They clearly stated he was going to be the secret keeper, and my father's journal confirms they made the switch." The defense wizard shifted tactics. "Mr. Potter, you mentioned that upon his discovery, Mr. Pettigrew appeared terrified. Would you agree that his fear seemed genuine?" "Yes," Harry said cautiously. "He was genuinely afraid. The Dark Lord inspired such terror in many witches and wizards during his reign," the defender suggested. "Is it not possible that Mr. Pettigrew acted under extreme duress, fearing for his life?" Harry felt a surge of anger but controlled it. He had options. He could have gone to Dumbledore for protection. He could have refused and died with honor, like my parents did protecting me. Fear isn't an excuse for betrayal. The defense wizard recognized the lost cause and quickly wrapped up his questioning. No further questions. As Harry returned to his seat in the witness area, Sirius was called next, followed by a procession of witnesses including Mr. Weasley, testifying about Ron's ownership of Scabbers, Professor McGonagall, describing Pettigrew's capture, and several ministry officials who had been involved in the original investigation 12 years ago. The most dramatic testimony came when Pettigrew himself was questioned under Veritaserum. Unable to lie, he confirmed everything: his agreement to be secret keeper as a bluff, his immediate betrayal to Voldemort, his framing of Sirius, and his 12 years hiding as the Weasleys' pet. "Why did you come to Hogwarts this year?" the prosecutor asked. "After hiding successfully for so long?" "I heard rumors," Pettigrew answered in the flat tone typical of those under the truth serum's influence. "In the Weasley household. Arthur brought home news about the discovery of the Potter's will. I knew it would mention me as secret keeper. I knew Sirius would be freed. I came to Hogwarts to watch Harry Potter, to find a way to deliver him to my master when he returns." A horrified hush fell over the courtroom. Harry felt a chill run down his spine at the matter-of-fact way Pettigrew spoke of kidnapping him. "You believe the Dark Lord will return?" the prosecutor pressed. "He promised his followers he had gone further than anyone toward immortality," Pettigrew replied mechanically. "I believe him. He will return, and he will reward those who remained faithful." By late afternoon, the evidence phase concluded. The jury, a selected subset of the Wisengamot, deliberated for barely 30 minutes before returning with their verdict. "On all charges, we find the defendant guilty," announced the jury wizard, a stern-looking witch with iron-gray hair. Minister Fudge nodded gravely, clearly playing to the packed courtroom. "Peter Pettigrew, you have been found guilty of betraying James and Lily Potter to he who must not be named, resulting in their deaths, framing Sirius Black for your crimes, murdering 12 Muggles, illegal animagus activity, and conspiracy to kidnap Harry Potter. These are among the most serious crimes our world recognizes." He cleared his throat importantly. "It is the judgment of this court that you be committed to Azkaban prison for the remainder of your natural life, with no possibility of parole. Furthermore, you will be subject to constant human guard in a special anti-animagus cell to prevent any possibility of escape." The sentence was met with widespread approval from the spectators. As Pettigrew was led away, still under the influence of Veritaserum and thus showing little reaction, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions: satisfaction that justice had been served, lingering anger at what Pettigrew had done, but also an unexpected emptiness. As Sirius had warned, even justice couldn't fill the void left by his parents' absence. In the atrium afterward, reporters swarmed around them, shouting questions and jostling for position. Sirius stepped protectively in front of Harry, while Mr. Weasley and Dumbledore helped create a path toward the flow points. Just one statement, Mr. Potter. Called Rita Skeeter, her acid green quill poised eagerly. How does it feel to see justice served at last? Harry paused, considering. Then, with a maturity that surprised even himself, he said simply, justice was served today, but it doesn't change the past. My parents are still gone. What matters now is moving forward, which is what they would have wanted. Sirius's hand settled on his shoulder with a gentle squeeze of approval as they continued toward the flooze. Within moments, they were spinning away from the ministry chaos, back to the relative peace of Hogwarts. That evening, Harry sat by the common room fire with Ron and Hermione, recounting the day's events to his friends. The trial had been emotionally draining, but also cathartic in a way he hadn't expected. So that's it then, Ron said when Harry had finished. Pettigrew's locked up for good. And Sirius is officially on track to become your guardian, Hermione added with a smile. Just in time for Christmas. Harry nodded, turning the Potter signet ring on his finger, a habit he'd developed when thinking deeply. It's strange. For so long, I didn't know anything about why my parents died, except that Voldemort killed them. Now I know the whole story, Pettigrew's betrayal, the prophecy, all of it. Does it help? Hermione asked gently. Knowing? Harry considered the question carefully. Yeah, he said finally. It does. Not just because I understand what happened, but because it connects me to them. To their choices, their lives. They weren't just victims, they were people who loved me, who made plans for me, who trusted their friends. He gazed into the fire, watching the flames dance. And now I can honor what they wanted for me by living with Sirius, by claiming my inheritance. By being Harry Potter, not just the boy who lived. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing the subtle but significant shift in their friend, a new certainty, a sense of self that went beyond the reluctant hero they had first met on the Hogwarts Express. Well, I think it's brilliant, Ron declared, breaking the momentary solemnity. And I can't wait to see Potter Manor at Christmas. You said there's a Quidditch pitch? Harry laughed, grateful for Ron's ability to normalize even the most profound moments. Full regulation size, he confirmed. And I'm inviting both of you for the holidays, if your parents agree. Hermione's eyes lit up. Really? I'd have to ask my parents, of course, but they've been curious about wizarding homes. And that library you described sounds fascinating. As his friends excitedly discussed holiday plans, Harry felt a deep contentment settle over him. This, he realized, was what his parents had intended, for him to be surrounded by friends, connected to his heritage, and looking forward to a future full of possibility. 2 weeks later, Harry stood with Sirius before a smaller chamber of the Wisengamot, the family division that handled guardianship cases. Unlike the dramatic setting of Pettigrew's trial, this room was designed for comfort and privacy, with a semicircular table where 3 elderly witches presided. This hearing is to consider the application of Sirius Orain Black for guardianship of minor wizard Harry James Potter, announced the central witch, who had introduced herself as Magistrate Marchbanks. All parties being present, we shall proceed. The hearing was remarkably straightforward compared to the complexity Harry had anticipated. The recently discovered will was entered into evidence, with its explicit naming of Sirius as guardian. Testimonials from Remus Lupin, the Weasleys, and even Professor McGonagall attested to Sirius's suitability despite his time in Azkaban. A court-appointed healer presented an evaluation confirming Sirius's mental and magical fitness for guardianship, noting his remarkable recovery and strong protective bond with the minor in question. Mr. Potter, Magistrate Marchbanks said, turning her kind but penetrating gaze to Harry. While the will's instructions are clear, this court must consider your wishes as well. You are 13, old enough to have your preferences given significant weight. Do you wish to have Mr. Black as your legal guardian? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied without hesitation. Absolutely. It's what my parents wanted, and it's what I want too. The magistrate smiled. Well articulated. And Mr. Black, you understand the responsibilities you are undertaking? A teenager requires not only physical care and financial support but also emotional guidance and stability. I do understand, Magistrate, Sirius answered solemnly. I've spent the past months reconnecting with Harry and preparing for this role. I have arranged suitable accommodations, continued therapeutic support for my own recovery, and assembled a support network including Remus Lupin and the Weasley family to ensure Harry has multiple trusted adults in his life. Magistrate Marchbanks nodded approvingly. After a brief consultation with her colleagues, she made her pronouncement. This court finds that the appointment of Sirius Orain Black as guardian of Harry James Potter is consistent with the expressed wishes of the child's parents, the desires of the child himself, and the best interests of the child going forward. The application is therefore granted in full, effective immediately. She tapped her wand on the parchment before her, which glowed briefly before duplicating itself. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, you will each retain a copy of this order. Congratulations on your new family status. Harry felt a surge of emotion so powerful that for a moment he couldn't speak. It was done. After 12 years, his parents' wishes had finally been fulfilled. He had a home, a guardian, a family. Sirius seemed similarly affected, his eyes suspiciously bright as he accepted the official document. Thank you, Magistrate, he managed. We won't let you down. Outside the hearing room, in a quiet corridor away from the few reporters who had caught wind of the proceedings, Sirius pulled Harry into a fierce hug. It's official, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Exactly as James and Lily wanted. Better late than never, eh? Harry returned the embrace, finding unexpected comfort in the simple human connection. Yeah, he agreed, his own voice not entirely steady. Better late than never. 3 days later, Harry stood on the platform at Hogsmeade Station with Ron and Hermione, waiting to board the Hogwarts Express for the journey back to London. Unlike previous years, however, Harry felt none of the usual dread about the holidays. Instead, there was only anticipation. Dad got the time off work, Ron was saying excitedly. We'll come for 3 days after Christmas Day. Says he's looking forward to seeing Potter Manor. Apparently he visited once as a kid when your grandparents hosted some ministry event. My parents were a bit confused by the owl post, Hermione admitted, but they're fascinated by the idea of visiting a wizarding home. They'll bring me on the 28th, if that still works. Perfect, Harry confirmed. Sirius says there's plenty of room for everyone, and Nipsey is beside himself with excitement about hosting guests. Apparently the manor hasn't had a proper Christmas celebration since before my father left home. The train journey passed pleasantly, with exploding snap, chocolate frogs, and plans for the holidays. When they finally pulled into platform 9 3/4, Harry spotted Sirius immediately among the waiting parents, tall, handsome, and looking remarkably healthy compared to when Harry had first met him. There's Mum and Dad, Ron said, pointing toward the distinctive cluster of redheads further down the platform. See you at the manor, Harry. Have a wonderful Christmas with Sirius, Hermione added, hugging him tightly. You deserve it. Harry made his way through the crowd toward Sirius, who greeted him with a warm embrace. Ready for your first proper wizarding Christmas, Harry? More than ready, Harry assured him, feeling a surge of anticipation as they headed toward the barrier. Instead of passing through to the Muggle station, however, Sirius guided him to a discreet apparition point at the far end of the platform. I thought we'd go directly home, Sirius explained. If you don't mind, sighed along apparition. The house elves have been preparing for days, and I didn't want to delay the grand tour. Home. The word resonated in Harry's chest like the chime of a bell. Sounds perfect, he agreed. A moment of compression and disorientation later, they stood before the imposing gates of Potter Manor. In the week since Harry had last visited, a transformation had taken place. The grounds were immaculately groomed, with enchanted fairy lights twinkling in the trees lining the avenue. A light dusting of snow covered the landscape, pristine and magical in the late afternoon light. But it was the manor house itself that took Harry's breath away. Every window glowed with warm light, and elegant decorations adorned the facade, evergreen garlands with red and gold ribbons, magical icicles that sparkled without melting, and a massive wreath on the front door. "Nipsey and the other elves have been rather enthusiastic," Sirius commented with a smile. "I hope you don't mind." "It's brilliant," Harry breathed, drinking in the sight of his family home prepared for Christmas. As they approached the front door, it swung open to reveal Nipsey dressed in a tea towel embroidered with holly leaves, his eyes wide with excitement. "Master Harry has come home for Christmas," he squeaked joyfully. "Nipsey has prepared everything just as the old masters would have wanted. Come in, come in." The entrance hall was even more spectacular than the exterior, with a towering Christmas tree reaching toward the high ceiling, decorated with enchanted ornaments that shifted and moved, tiny golden snitches fluttering among the branches, miniature dragons that occasionally puffed harmless smoke, delicate silver stars that actually twinkled. "This is amazing," Harry said, turning slowly to take it all in. "The Potters always did Christmas properly," Sirius explained, leading him through to the main sitting room where a fire crackled merrily in the enormous hearth. "Your grandfather used to say that in dark times, traditions become even more important. The year after your parents went into hiding, your grandparents hosted the biggest Christmas party in Potter Manor history, as if defying Voldemort himself with their celebration. Fleamont and Euphemia's portrait above the mantelpiece animated at their approach. Harry. Welcome home. Fleamont called warmly. And Sirius, looking much better, my boy. The manor hasn't been this lively in years, Euphemia added with evident delight. It's wonderful to see it coming to life again. It's good to be home, Harry replied, surprised by how natural the words felt on his tongue. Home. After years of feeling like an unwelcome guest at Privet Drive, the concept was still novel enough to send a thrill through him. The next hour was spent exploring the manor, now fully awakened from its long slumber. The kitchens bustled with house elves preparing dinner, the library fire was lit and inviting, and upstairs, Harry discovered his bedroom had been completely refurbished. I hope you don't mind, Sirius said somewhat nervously as Harry took in the space. I had some ideas, but if it's not to your taste. The room struck the perfect balance between acknowledging Harry's heritage and recognizing his own personality. Quidditch posters shared wall space with tastefully framed Potter family photographs. The four-poster bed was hung with deep red curtains reminiscent of his Hogwarts bed but of much finer quality. A desk by the window held new quills and parchment, and a comfortable reading nook had been created in the corner with a shelf of books that seemed selected specifically for him, not just magical texts but also Muggle adventure stories and comics. It's perfect, Harry said honestly. Exactly what I would have chosen. Sirius looked relieved. I had some help from Remus, I admit. And I may have quizzed Ron and Hermione about your preferences. Speaking of Remus, Harry said, setting his trunk down, will he be joining us for Christmas? He's coming tomorrow, Sirius confirmed. Still recovering from the full moon, but he wouldn't miss this. We've set him up in the East Wing, plenty of privacy there, and he's always been fond of watching the sunrise. After settling in and enjoying a delicious dinner prepared by the enthusiastic house elves, Harry and Sirius retired to the library. There, settled in comfortable armchairs before the fire, Sirius brought out a wrapped package. I was going to save this for Christmas morning, he said, but I think perhaps you should have it now. Harry accepted the package, which was soft and lightweight. Unwrapping it revealed a leather-bound album similar to the one Hagrid had given him after first year, but older and more ornate, with the Potter crest embossed on its cover. Your mother's project, Sirius explained as Harry opened it. She started it when she found out she was pregnant with you, collecting memories, photographs, letters. A record of your family history to share with you when you were older. The album contained not just photographs but also pressed flowers, snippets of fabric, handwritten notes, and small mementos, each labeled in Lily's neat handwriting. James's Quidditch captain badge. The first flower James gave me, transfigured from a teacup, but I pretended not to notice. Fabric from Harry's first blanket. Lock of hair from Harry's first haircut, already untamable. As Harry turned the pages, his throat tightened with emotion. This was more than just images, it was tangible evidence of his mother's love, her hope for his future, her desire to connect him to his past even if she couldn't be there herself. She was worried, you know, Sirius said softly, watching Harry's face. As the war worsened and they went into hiding. Worried that if something happened to them, you would grow up not knowing who they were, not understanding your heritage. This was her way of making sure part of her would always be with you. Harry traced his finger over his mother's handwriting, her elegant script describing a family picnic where baby Harry had been fascinated by butterflies. "Thank you," he managed. "For keeping this. For giving it to me now. It's yours by right," Sirius said simply. "Just as all of this is." He gestured around at the library, the manor beyond. "Your legacy, Harry. Not just the material things, but the history, the connections, the values your family stood for." They sat in companionable silence for a while, Harry continuing to explore the album while Sirius nursed a glass of fire whiskey, lost in his own memories. Eventually, Sirius cleared his throat. "There's something else we should discuss," he said, setting down his glass. "Something in your parents' possessions that might be important. I've been waiting for the right time, and now that we're settled here, with the guardianship official." He hesitated, then continued, "It's about Voldemort, and why he targeted your family specifically." Harry looked up sharply. "The prophecy?" Sirius nodded. "Yes, but there's more. When we were going through the family vault after my release, I found a collection of your mother's research journals. She was brilliant, you know, particularly with charms and protective magic. In the last months before they died, she was researching ancient protective rites, blood magic, sacrificial shields. For me, Harry surmised. To protect me. Yes, Sirius confirmed. She knew Voldemort was coming for you specifically because of the prophecy. She was looking for any magic that might save you if the worst happened." He rose and went to a cabinet in the corner of the library, removing a slim volume bound in red leather. "This is her final research journal. I've read it, and, well, I think you should too. It might help explain some things, about your scar, about how you survived, about the connection you seem to have with Voldemort." Harry took the journal with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. "Have you shown this to Dumbledore?" "Not yet," Sirius admitted. "I wanted you to see it first. It's your mother's work, your family's knowledge. You should decide what to share and with whom." The gesture of trust wasn't lost on Harry. All his life, others had made decisions about what he should know, what he should do. Now Sirius was deliberately placing that power in his hands. "Thank you," he said simply. "I'll read it tonight." Later, in the privacy of his new bedroom, Harry opened his mother's journal. The first entry was dated shortly after they had gone into hiding under the Fidelius charm. Lily's handwriting was recognizable from the album, though more hurried here, filled with academic notations and occasional diagrams. October 12, 1981. The Fidelius holds, but I cannot rely on it alone. If Peter is discovered, if he breaks, though James trusts him implicitly, we need secondary protections. The ancient texts Bathilda lent me describe a form of sacrificial magic, bloodbound, that creates a shield of protection. It requires the willing sacrifice of one life for another, a true act of selfless love. Theoretical framework sound, but practical application difficult to test for obvious reasons. Must refine further. The entries continued in a similar vein, detailing Lily's research into protective magic of the most ancient kind, magic that predated wands, that drew on the fundamental forces of love, sacrifice, and blood ties. October 25, 1981. Breakthrough today. Combined the rune sequence with the Sumerian incantation and achieved a stable matrix in testing. The willingness of the sacrifice seems to be the key component. Magic bound by love is fundamentally different from magic compelled by force or fear. This may explain why such protective magic fell out of favor in modern times. It cannot be controlled or wielded for power, only activated through genuine sacrifice. If the worst happens, if he comes for Harry, I am prepared. The ritual requires only my intention and my willing sacrifice. No wand, no complex spell work in the moment, only love and the deliberate choice to place his life above my own. Harry paused in his reading, a lump forming in his throat. His mother had researched her own death, had prepared for it, had found a way to protect him even in her final moments. The casual courage this represented, the clear-eyed facing of her own mortality while seeking only to save him, was almost too much to comprehend. He continued reading, following Lily's methodical documentation of her research, her occasional frustrations, her moments of insight. The final entry was dated October 30, 1981, the day before Voldemort's attack. October 30, 1981. Preparations complete. The ritual is internalized, no physical components required beyond my own intention. James doesn't fully understand the magical theory, but he supports my research. He says he would do the same without hesitation. One unusual aspect I've discovered in my research: if the protection is activated through my sacrifice, it creates a bond between Harry and the one who triggers it, in this case, Voldemort. The texts are unclear on the exact nature of this bond, but it seems to be two-way, potentially allowing for magical transference or connection. This concerns me, but the protection itself outweighs the risk. If we survive this war, I can research countermeasures. If not, this journal may help those who care for Harry understand any unusual magical manifestations he experiences. I pray these precautions prove unnecessary. But if they don't, if the worst happens, perhaps this record will help Harry understand someday. Know that we faced this threat with open eyes, with every magical resource at our disposal, and above all, with unconditional love for our son. For Harry, reading this in some distant future, we love you beyond measure. Whatever happens, however this ends, never doubt that we chose your life, your future, your happiness above our own. Always. Harry closed the journal, tears streaming freely down his face. He had always known, in an abstract way, that his mother had died protecting him. But to read her own words, to see the deliberate research and planning that had gone into that protection, to understand that she had faced death not in panicked desperation but with clear-eyed determination, it transformed his understanding of that Halloween night. And the revelation about the bond between him and Voldemort, could that explain his scar's reaction to Voldemort's presence? The strange dreams, the inexplicable connection he sometimes felt? He reopened the journal, reading that passage again carefully. Magical transference or connection. The implications were both fascinating and disturbing. This was information Dumbledore should have, certainly. It might be crucial to understanding his unique situation with Voldemort. But more immediately, the journal offered something Harry had never expected to receive, a final message from his mother, written with the awareness that he might someday read it after her death. A declaration of love, of purpose, of the deliberate choice she and his father had made to place his life above their own. We chose your life, your future, your happiness above our own. Always. Harry fell asleep that night with the journal beside his pillow and his mother's words echoing in his mind, not with the usual sorrow that thoughts of his parents brought, but with a profound sense of being loved beyond measure. Christmas at Potter Manor exceeded even Harry's most optimistic expectations. Remus arrived the following day, looking tired but happy, bearing gifts and stories of Harry's parents' school days. The house elves outdid themselves with festive decorations and magnificent meals, and Sirius delighted in showing Harry family traditions he remembered from visits during his own youth. The Potters always opened one gift on Christmas Eve, he explained as they gathered in the sitting room after dinner. Usually something small, to build anticipation for the main event tomorrow. Harry, Sirius, and Remus each selected a package from under the enormous tree. Remus unwrapped a handsome leather-bound journal from Harry, who had noticed his professor's fondness for taking notes. Sirius received a vintage motorcycle maintenance manual that Harry had found in a Muggle bookshop during a supervised visit to London, a nod to his godfather's pre-Azkaban passion. Harry's Christmas Eve gift turned out to be a small wooden box containing what looked like an ordinary snitch. "This was your father's," Sirius explained as Harry examined it. "Not just any snitch, the one he caught in his first match as Gryffindor Seeker. He kept it as a lucky charm and was forever playing with it." Harry held the snitch reverently, imagining his father's fingers closing around the same golden ball. To his surprise, the snitch suddenly unfurled its wings and hovered above his palm. "It recognizes you," Remus said softly. "Snitches have flesh memories, they remember the touch of the first person to catch them. But they also respond to blood relations. It knows you're James's son." The small golden ball fluttered around Harry briefly before settling back into his palm, wings folding away as if going to sleep. "This is brilliant," he said, carefully returning it to its box. "Thank you." Christmas morning brought a flurry of gift-giving, including packages sent ahead by the Weasleys and Hermione. Afterward, they bundled up for a walk around the snowy grounds, with Sirius pointing out features of the estate and sharing anecdotes from summer visits during his youth. "Your father and I used to camp in that copse over there," he said, indicating a cluster of trees near the small lake. "Claimed we were roughing it while the house elves sneaked us hot chocolate and sandwiches." In the afternoon, they gathered in the library, where Harry had decided to show Lily's journal to both Sirius and Remus. Together, they discussed the implications of his mother's research, particularly regarding the magical bond with Voldemort. "This explains so much," Remus said thoughtfully, after reading the key passages. "The connection you've described, the way your scar reacts to his presence. Lily essentially created a magical link between you when she activated the protection." "And Dumbledore never mentioned this possibility?" Sirius asked, frowning. "Even after your encounters with Voldemort in your first and second years?" "No," Harry replied. "He explained about my mother's sacrifice creating a protection, but not about any connection or bond." "He may not have known the specifics," Remus suggested fairly. "Lily's research was private, and she died before she could share her conclusions." "Or he knew and chose not to tell Harry," Sirius countered, his expression darkening. "Like he chose not to mention the will or the prophecy." Harry considered both possibilities. Given Dumbledore's history of withholding information, for his own good, Sirius's theory seemed plausible. But it was also possible that even Dumbledore didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle. "I think I should show him the journal when we return to Hogwarts," Harry decided. Whatever his past mistakes, he does know more about Voldemort than almost anyone. This information could be important in understanding what happened, and what might happen in the future. Sirius nodded, though reluctantly. "Your decision, Harry. But perhaps arrange to have McGonagall present as well? A witness never hurts when dealing with Dumbledore." The days following Christmas were filled with visitors. The Weasleys arrived in force, with Ron, Ginny, and the twins marveling at the manor while Mr. Weasley enthusiastically examined the various magical artifacts throughout the house. Mrs. Weasley immediately befriended the house elves, exchanging recipes and household charms in the spacious kitchen. Hermione and her parents came next, wide-eyed at their first visit to a wizarding home. Dr. and Dr. Granger were particularly fascinated by the library and the moving portraits, asking endless questions that Remus patiently answered. On New Year's Eve, with all their guests gathered in the grand dining room for a celebratory feast, Harry looked around the table and felt a wave of contentment unlike anything he'd experienced before. This was what had been stolen from him 12 years ago, not just his parents, but the life they had intended for him. A home filled with warmth and laughter, surrounded by people who cared for him not as the boy who lived, but simply as Harry. Sirius rose at the head of the table, raising his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast," he said, his voice carrying easily in the sudden hush. "To new beginnings and old legacies. to finding family in unexpected places. And to James and Lily Potter, whose love continues to shape our lives even in their absence. To James and Lily, echoed around the table as glasses were raised. Sirius turned to Harry, raising his glass again. And to Harry, who has shown more courage, integrity, and grace this year than many wizards show in a lifetime. You've reclaimed your heritage and your rightful place in this world. Your parents would be immensely proud of the young man you're becoming. Harry felt his cheeks warm at the praise, but he raised his own glass in acknowledgement, touched by his godfather's words. As midnight approached, they gathered on the terrace despite the winter chill. Sirius and Remus had prepared a magical fireworks display that, while perhaps not as chaotic as a Weasley twins production, painted the night sky with dazzling patterns and shapes, galloping stags, playful dogs, soaring phoenixes. Quite the difference from last New Year's, Sirius commented quietly, standing beside Harry as they watched the display. I was in Azkaban, convinced I'd die there. You were with those dreadful muggles, unaware of your inheritance. And now here we are. Here we are, Harry agreed, watching a golden phoenix burst into flames and be reborn in the night sky. The symbolism wasn't lost on him: death, rebirth, beginning anew. As the clock struck midnight and cheers erupted around them, Harry felt the weight of the Potter ring on his finger and the presence of his godfather beside him. The coming year would bring challenges, he knew. Voldemort was still out there somewhere, the prophecy still hung over his head, and there were doubtless more secrets to uncover. But for the first time, Harry felt prepared to face whatever came next. Not alone, as he had once believed was his fate, but surrounded by a chosen family and armed with the knowledge of who he was and where he came from. The Hidden Testament had set him on this path, but it was up to Harry to determine where it led from here. And he intended to make his parents proud with every step. The return to Hogwarts after the Christmas holidays brought a shift in Harry's perspective. The castle that had once seemed like his only real home now felt more like a temporary residence, a beloved school rather than his entire world. It was a subtle but significant change, this knowledge that Potter Manor awaited him, that Sirius would be there during breaks, that he had a place to truly belong outside these ancient walls. His first order of business was sharing Lily's journal with Dumbledore. True to Sirius's suggestion, Harry arranged the meeting through Professor McGonagall and requested her presence. Of course, Potter, she agreed when he approached her after the first Transfiguration class of the term. May I ask what this concerns? Something my mother wrote, Harry explained. About the night Voldemort attacked us. Research she was doing on protective magic. McGonagall's eyebrows rose, but she asked no further questions, simply arranging the meeting for that evening after dinner. When Harry arrived at Dumbledore's office with his mother's journal carefully wrapped in cloth, he found both professors waiting for him. McGonagall nodded reassuringly as Dumbledore invited him to sit. Professor McGonagall mentioned you have something to share, Harry, the headmaster said, his blue eyes curious behind his half-moon spectacles. Something of your mother's? Yes, sir, Harry replied, unwrapping the journal and placing it on the desk. Her research journal from the months before they died. Sirius found it in the family vault. Dumbledore's expression sharpened with interest as he carefully opened the journal to the first page, immediately recognizing Lily's handwriting. May I? He asked, gesturing to the contents. At Harry's nod, he began to read, turning pages slowly, his expression growing increasingly grave. McGonagall moved to read over his shoulder, her own face reflecting surprise and then deep respect. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured finally, looking up at Harry. Your mother was a remarkable witch. This level of magical understanding, the integration of ancient protective rites with modern magical theory, truly exceptional. Did you know? Harry asked directly. About what she was researching? About the bond it created between me and Voldemort? Dumbledore hesitated, then answered with what seemed like genuine honesty. I suspected the nature of the protection she created, the magical signature was distinctive. But these specifics, particularly regarding the mutual connection, He shook his head. No, I did not know the full extent of what she had accomplished. You see why I brought it to you now, Harry said. With Voldemort still out there somewhere, trying to return, this information could be important. Indeed it could, Dumbledore agreed gravely. The bond your mother describes may explain much about your unique connection to Voldemort, your ability to sense his presence, the pain in your scar, perhaps even the Parseltongue ability you've manifested. Harry hadn't considered that last possibility. You think I can speak to snakes because of this connection? Not because I'm, like him? It seems a reasonable hypothesis, Dumbledore nodded. Magical transference through such a bond could certainly include abilities like Parseltongue. The revelation was surprisingly comforting. Harry had worried about what his ability to speak to snakes might mean about his own nature. The idea that it was simply an accidental transfer through his mother's protective magic rather than some inherent darkness in himself eased a weight he hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. There's more, Harry continued. Pettigrew said at his trial that Voldemort had gone further than anyone toward immortality. And he seemed certain Voldemort would return. Combined with what we know about the diary last year, a memory that could possess people and drain their life force, it suggests Voldemort has found some way to anchor himself to life. McGonagall looked startled by Harry's analysis, but Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful, almost approving. You've given this considerable thought, I see. I've had time to connect the pieces, Harry said simply. And motivation to understand what I'm facing. A fair point, Dumbledore acknowledged. And your reasoning is sound. The diary was indeed more than a simple enchanted object. It was something far darker, a receptacle containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, created through the darkest of magics. His soul? Harry repeated, horrified. How is that possible? Dumbledore glanced at McGonagall, who looked equally disturbed, before explaining, there exists a branch of magic so foul, so evil, it is rarely spoken of even in the most comprehensive magical texts. The creation of a Horcrux involves splitting one's soul through the supreme act of evil, murder, and storing the fragment in an object. As long as that object remains intact, the creator cannot truly die, even if their body is destroyed. And the diary was one of these. Horcruxes? Harry asked, struggling with the concept. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. And your destruction of it was a significant blow to Voldemort's path to return. However. He hesitated, his expression grave. I have reason to believe it may not have been the only one. The implications were staggering. So even with the diary destroyed, he could still come back. Through these other, soul containers? It is a possibility we must consider, Dumbledore said carefully. I have been researching this matter since the events of your second year, trying to determine how many he might have created and what they might be. Harry sat back in his chair, absorbing this new information. It explained Voldemort's survival when his killing curse rebounded, his ability to possess Quirrell, and his continued threat despite lacking a proper body. Does this connect to the prophecy? He asked after a moment. The one that says I have to defeat him? McGonagall looked sharply at Dumbledore. Albus, you told him about the prophecy? Not directly, Dumbledore admitted. Though I understand Sirius shared what he knew of it. Harry nodded. He said it predicted a child born as the 7th month dies who would have the power to vanquish Voldemort. That child was me, which is why Voldemort targeted my family specifically. There is more to the prophecy than that summary, Dumbledore said slowly. The full version is stored in the Department of Mysteries, but I was the one who heard it originally. He hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Perhaps it is time you heard it in its entirety. He rose and went to a cabinet, returning with a shallow stone basin that Harry recognized as a pensieve similar to the one in the Potter vault. Touching his wand to his temple, Dumbledore extracted a silvery strand of memory and deposited it in the basin. This is my memory of the night Sybil Trelawney delivered the prophecy during her job interview, he explained. I believe it is time you witnessed it firsthand. Harry leaned forward as a figure rose from the pensieve, a younger Professor Trelawney, her eyes unfocused, speaking in a harsh, hoarse voice unlike her usual misty tones. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The figure sank back into the pensieve, leaving a heavy silence in the office. Harry stared at the swirling silver, the words echoing in his mind. Either must die at the hand of the other, neither can live while the other survives. So it has to be me, he said finally, his voice steady despite the enormity of what he'd just learned. I'm the only one who can kill him. And one of us will have to die. That is one interpretation, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though prophecies are notoriously difficult to understand until after they have been fulfilled. But Voldemort believes it, Harry pointed out. He's tried to kill me 3 times already. He'll keep coming after me. Yes, Dumbledore agreed gravely. That seems almost certain. McGonagall, who had remained silent during the revelation of the prophecy, now spoke up. Potter has a right to know what he's facing, Albus, but he is still a child. Surely the responsibility for defeating you-know-who cannot rest solely on his shoulders. I agree, Minerva, Dumbledore said, surprising both of them. The burden of understanding what he faces is Harry's to bear, but the task of preparing him, supporting him, and fighting alongside him belongs to all of us who stand against the darkness. He turned back to Harry. Your mother's research, combined with what we now know about Voldemort's methods of achieving immortality, gives us new avenues to explore. If you will permit me to study her journal further, it may provide insights I had not previously considered. Harry nodded, feeling oddly relieved despite the weight of the prophecy. Knowledge was power, as Hermione often said. Understanding what he faced, even if it was terrible, was better than walking blind. There's one more thing, he said, remembering a detail from his mother's journal. My mum mentioned that the protection she created would be bound by blood, specifically, her sacrifice created protection that lives in my blood. That's why you insisted I had to stay with the Dursleys, isn't it? Because Aunt Petunia shares my mother's blood. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. The protection your mother left in your very skin can be renewed through proximity to her blood, your aunt. That is why I placed you there, despite your parents' wishes to the contrary. It was the strongest protection I could offer against Voldemort and his followers. But Voldemort could overcome that protection, Harry pointed out. According to my mother's research, the bond works both ways. He could potentially use my blood to strengthen himself, maybe even bypass the protection entirely. Dumbledore looked genuinely startled, as if this possibility had not occurred to him. He quickly recovered, but not before Harry noticed the flash of concern in his eyes. A troubling hypothesis, and one we must consider carefully. All the more reason to study your mother's work in detail. As the meeting concluded and arrangements were made for Dumbledore to borrow the journal temporarily, Harry felt a strange sense of clarity. The pieces were falling into place, his connection to Voldemort, the prophecy, his mother's protective magic, and Voldemort's methods of achieving immortality. The picture they formed was daunting but no longer entirely mysterious. Thank you for sharing this, Potter, McGonagall said as they left Dumbledore's office together. Your trust is significant, given recent revelations. I'm trying to be practical, Harry replied. Whatever Dumbledore's mistakes with the will, he does know more about Voldemort than almost anyone. And this isn't just about me anymore, it's about stopping Voldemort from returning at all. McGonagall studied him with an expression that mingled pride and concern. You've matured considerably these past months. Your parents would be proud, though I suspect they would also wish you didn't have to bear such burdens so young. Probably, Harry agreed with a small smile. But since I do have to bear them, I'd rather do it with eyes open. The remainder of the school year unfolded with a sense of purpose Harry hadn't experienced before. With Dumbledore's permission, he shared the full prophecy and what they'd learned about Horcruxes with Ron and Hermione, who reacted with appropriate shock but immediate support. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed when Harry finished explaining. "Soul fragments in objects? That's seriously dark magic." "It's mentioned in Magic Most Evil," Hermione added, her expression troubled. "Though only in passing, it just says it's the darkest art and the book won't talk about it." "Dumbledore thinks Voldemort made more than one," Harry continued. "The diary was the first we found, but there could be others. So even with Pettigrew locked up, Voldemort could still come back," Ron surmised grimly. "Unless we find and destroy all the Horcruxes first," Harry confirmed. "Dumbledore's researching possibilities, and he's studying my mother's journal for any insights her protection might offer." Hermione's eyes lit with the familiar spark of intellectual challenge. "I'll start researching too. There might be historical references to similar dark objects, even if they're not named as Horcruxes specifically." "And I'll write to Bill," Ron offered, surprising them both. "He's a curse-breaker for Gringotts, deals with dark objects all the time. Might have some ideas about how to identify or destroy them." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's immediate willingness to help shoulder this burden. "Thanks," he said simply. "Both of you." In addition to their clandestine Horcrux research, Harry maintained his regular mirror calls with Sirius, who had been fully briefed on what they'd learned from Dumbledore. His godfather had taken the news of the prophecy and Horcruxes with grim determination. "Your parents knew about the prophecy," he reminded Harry during one call in late February. "They faced the threat with courage and did everything in their power to prepare. Your mother's research proves that. We'll do the same. Knowledge is our best weapon right now." Beyond the shadow of Voldemort's potential return, life at Hogwarts proceeded with surprising normality. Harry excelled in defense against the dark arts under Professor Lupin's guidance, maintained decent grades in his other subjects, with Hermione's persistent encouragement, and led the Gryffindor Quidditch team to a commanding lead in the House Cup tournament. Weekend visits to Hogsmeade now included regular meetings with Sirius at his cottage, occasionally joined by Professor Lupin when his teaching schedule allowed. These gatherings became a treasured routine, a taste of family life Harry had never experienced before. March brought an unexpected development. During a particularly brutal Quidditch match against Slytherin in driving rain, Harry's Nimbus 2000 suffered catastrophic damage from a lightning strike while he was chasing the snitch 300 feet above the pitch. Only his exceptional flying skills prevented serious injury, though Gryffindor lost the match when Malfoy caught the snitch while Harry was struggling to control his failing broom. The next morning at breakfast, an unfamiliar owl arrived carrying a long, narrow package and a letter in Sirius's handwriting. "Harry, heard about your near miss in yesterday's match. A proper godfather can't allow his godson to fly a substandard broom, especially one with lightning damage, though your father would be impressed by your dedication to catching the snitch despite nearly being electrocuted. This should serve you better in your remaining matches. Consider it a very early birthday present. Fly safely, but fast. Sirius P.S. Professor McGonagall assures me this gift violates no school or Quidditch regulations, so Slytherin can't complain about special treatment for the boy who lived to outfly everyone." The package, open to gasps from everyone nearby, contained a gleaming firebolt, the newest, fastest racing broom on the market, the same model Harry had admired in Diagon Alley the previous summer. "Bloody hell!" Ron exclaimed, staring at the broom in awe. That's a professional-grade racing broom," Hermione finished, looking both impressed and slightly concerned. "It must have cost a fortune." Harry ran his hand along the perfectly polished handle, reading the gold registration number near the top. The broom seemed to vibrate slightly under his touch, eager to fly. "Sirius said to consider it an early birthday present," he explained, still somewhat dazed by the extravagant gift. "Some present," Ron said enviously. "Makes my chocolate frog cards look a bit pathetic." "It's not about the cost," Harry replied, understanding intuitively what the gift really represented. It's about him being able to do this, to give me something I need, to look out for me. Like a real guardian. Hermione's expression softened. That's rather sweet, actually. Your first proper guardian present. The firebolt proved its worth in the final match against Ravenclaw, allowing Harry to execute maneuvers that would have been impossible on his old Nimbus. Gryffindor's spectacular victory secured the Quidditch Cup, and the celebration in the common room that evening was nearly as memorable as the match itself. As April turned to May, and the end-of-term exams approached, Harry found himself in the unusual position of feeling settled and secure about his future. For the first time since entering the wizarding world, he knew exactly where he would be going when term ended, home to Potter Manor, to the family life he and Sirius were building together. This certainty gave him a foundation he'd never had before, a stability that allowed him to focus on the challenges ahead, exams, yes, but also the larger shadow of Voldemort and the prophecy. The knowledge no longer felt like a burden too heavy to bear but rather a challenge he was increasingly prepared to face. On the last day of term, as students packed trunks and exchanged summer plans, Harry received a note requesting his presence in the headmaster's office. Curious, he made his way there after lunch, finding not just Dumbledore but also Professor Lupin waiting for him. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, gesturing to a chair. "Thank you for coming. I wanted to return this to you before you depart for the summer." He handed over Lily's journal, now accompanied by several pages of notes in Dumbledore's elegant script. "My thoughts and observations based on your mother's remarkable work." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, accepting both with care. "Did you find anything useful?" "Several possibilities," Dumbledore confirmed. "Most significantly, I believe your mother's research may provide insights into how the Horcruxes can be destroyed. The same principles of sacrificial magic that informed her protection might be applicable, though in a different context." Lupin spoke up. "We've also been discussing a more structured approach to your education next year, Harry. Given what we know about the prophecy and Voldemort's methods, it seems prudent to supplement your regular studies with more specialized training." "What kind of training?" Harry asked, intrigued by the idea. "Advanced defensive magic, primarily," Lupin explained. "Building on what we've covered in class but going further, dueling techniques, combat spell work, methods of recognizing and countering dark magic. With your guardian's permission, of course." "Sirius will agree," Harry said confidently. "He's been suggesting something similar in our mirror calls." "I thought he might," Lupin smiled. "It was actually his inquiry about additional training that prompted our discussion." Dumbledore leaned forward, his expression serious but kind. "I want to be clear, Harry, this is not about placing the entire burden of defeating Voldemort on your shoulders. Many capable witches and wizards are working to prevent his return and identify the remaining Horcruxes. But should he find a way back despite our efforts, you should be prepared for the confrontation the prophecy suggests is inevitable." "I understand, sir," Harry replied, appreciating the honesty. "And I want to be prepared. Not just for my own sake, but for everyone who would be in danger if Voldemort returns." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. "A mature perspective. Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming, Harry." "Indeed they would," Lupin agreed warmly. "You've handled everything this year with remarkable grace, from discovering the will to facing Pettigrew to absorbing these difficult truths about Voldemort." "I've had help," Harry pointed out. "Sirius, you, Ron and Hermione, the Weasleys. I'm not doing any of this alone." "Nor should you," Dumbledore said firmly. "The greatest strength against darkness has always been found in connection, in love, in the bonds between people who stand together against evil. It is, I believe, the power the Dark Lord knows not, referenced in the prophecy." Harry considered this interpretation. It made sense. Voldemort, who sought immortality alone, who trusted no one, who saw love as weakness, would never understand the strength that came from such bonds. Perhaps that was the true legacy his parents had left him, not just the protection in his blood or the material inheritance, but the capacity to form these connections that sustained and strengthened him. "I'll be ready," he promised, "for whatever comes next." As he boarded the Hogwarts Express the following morning with Ron and Hermione, Harry felt a sense of completion that had nothing to do with the end of term. The school year had begun with the discovery of his parents' will, a hidden testament that had altered the course of his life. It was ending with a new testament of his own making, a commitment to honor his parents' sacrifice by living the life they had intended for him while preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. The train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, carrying them south toward London and the summer holidays. Harry watched the familiar landscape roll by, thinking of all that had changed since September. Sirius was free and his legal guardian. Pettigrew was in Azkaban, paying for his crimes. Harry had a home at Potter Manor, family history in the portraits and mementos there, and a deeper understanding of the love that had shaped his survival. There was still danger ahead: Voldemort, the prophecy, the remaining Horcruxes. But for the first time, Harry felt truly equipped to face it. Not because he was the boy who lived or because prophecy had marked him, but because he knew who he was beyond those labels. He was Harry James Potter, heir to a proud family legacy, surrounded by people who cared for him, armed with knowledge and truth rather than kept in protective ignorance. The hidden testament had given him more than guardianship and inheritance. It had given him the foundation to build his own future, to reclaim the destiny his parents had envisioned for him before darkness interrupted their lives. As platform 9 3/4 came into view hours later, Harry spotted Sirius waiting on the platform, standing tall and confident among the other parents. Their eyes met through the window, and Sirius raised his hand in greeting, a smile breaking across his face. Harry smiled back, a sense of rightness settling over him. He was going home, not to a place where he was merely tolerated, but to one where he was truly wanted. To family, to heritage, to the life that should have been his all along. The hidden testament had been found. Justice had been served. And now, finally, Harry Potter was exactly where he was meant to be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.